It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Paul, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard. You liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Paul, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him.
It really boils down to our ability to accept. We don't need pessimism.
What he means by pessimism is resistance. And that's what COINTELPRO was all about, stopping the resistance.
I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change.
We hide it in plain sight. One of Plato's greatest works was the allegory of the cave. I feel in order to understand the political matrix, we need only to look into this allegory. We first have to open our minds to the possibility everything is not as it seems. That things we've always known to be truth may be lies. For if we can't perceive the lies we've ingested, we can't see the bars on our mental conditioning. For that is how you walk out of the cave and see the political matrix. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Now, that sounds a little bit too low. Let me get a little closer to the mic. It sounds better. Sound check. Let me know out there if I sound a little too loud, not loud enough, whatever. I see Yonina's in the building. What's up to everybody else who's in the building? This is the Political Matrix. I'm your host, Marcus Young Morpheus Cage, and we got a lot of stuff to talk about. Of course, we had Trump's big bullshit bill that got passed, and we are going to talk a little bit about that. The Diddy verdict. There has been a verdict that has been reached. I will give you all my thoughts on that. This video is called Chaos in LA. I did want to do a little bit of a review of that, bounce around in that, show some of the stuff that'll connect to some of the stuff that's going on still with some of the protests that are going on here in LA. And and it will go into some of the 4th of July stuff. Thank you. I appreciate that, Yonina. And I got a package. It's boxed up to send out to you, but I just gotta make sure to remember to get that on the way out of the door. Let's see what else. Something that my cousin sent out. Shout out to Ladarius. He sent out this video to me about Própera. For those who have not heard anything about this, we are definitely going to talk about it a little bit. I'm a little skittish about showing the video because I know from some of those larger channels, they can be really protective about any of their videos and stuff like that. So I will be a little careful. I do have a trying to see. Let me make sure I turn the sound off before I go into this because as you guys know, I have been getting back on TikTok, done a couple of videos lately, and some of that I would like to share with you all. Just checking something. One of those videos having to do with fireworks and stuff like that have been going on, and something that I have talked about and complained about repeatedly. So, and of course there's the and more, which I often say the and more is where most of the show takes place. That's where we go off the rails. We talk about this, we talk about that, whatever you guys want to go into, and whatever you guys have been thinking about or paying attention to. So since it is just me, which I don't know, Till may drop by, may not, I don't know. But I will be sending the links and stuff like that. So if I have to look away for a minute to check my phone, it is what it is. Apologies to the Rumble side. We won't be streaming on Rumble. They have the Third Eye Carnival going on in Colorado. So Steve is not able to set that up. And shout out to them over there. Hopefully, all that is going well. Who knows? Maybe one day in the future, um, I might be a part of one of those and do some speaking there. So we'll see. So I don't have a whole lot of news that I don't have a whole lot of you know a news rundown that I really want to go into, because some of these topics I feel are going to really take a lot of time to kind of go through, and I have a bunch of videos and stuff that I want to share with you all, especially especially going to that Trump's bill. There's a lot that's in there that I want to talk about. Granted, I have not gotten through every single bit of it. Um, I'm probably about 2/3 of the way through the bill. Um, I've been kind of skimming along with it while I've been audio listening to them read it on the floor. And there's things which I see that everybody is picking up on or talking about, and whichever side has their perspectives on it one way or the other. But there are some things which I'm not hearing a lot about, and some of those things I want to bring up and talk about that I'm not hearing a lot about. And that's just what I've went through. I'm pretty sure once I get through this last third of it, there's probably going to be even more stuff that I hear that I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, we need to talk about this. And so it is a very wide ranging bill. But I wanted to talk about this one thing first before we get into that. And let me put it up on the screen. Let's see. Sorry, I didn't have this one already pulled up before we started. So yeah, here, I'll just grab this Washington Post one first. And let's share it on the screen. Said this bill gives me indigestion. So let's share. Said death toll near 70. Okay, I understand. Get that out of the way. Well, what the heck happened? All right, cool. Death toll near 70 as flood warnings complicate rescue effort. At least 68 people have been confirmed dead by the floods that swept through a region of central Texas known as Flash Flood Alley, as a frantic search and rescue operation continues for countless more who remain missing, including 11 girls from a beloved summer camp on the Guadalupe River. Dalton Rice, the city manager of Kerrville, one of the hardest hit areas, told reporters that told reporters that the search would continue throughout Sunday, though flash flood warnings and watches remained in effect across the area well into the evening, dimming hopes that others could be found alive. 21 children are confirmed to be among the dead. Authorities expect the toll to rise. Oh, that's some tough news, and I hate to start off that way, but it is something that needs to be talked about and brought up. I don't even want to hit on it from a political aspect like some people have already. And for those who haven't heard, how can something like this be turned political already? It is said that because of some of the cuts from Doge, that there are people who are saying that the cuts to the National Weather Service led to some of this, and I wouldn't really give as much credit to that. I do agree that they shouldn't have cut NOAA, but a lot of times when things like this happen, most of the people who are living in those regions don't expect for it to be as bad as it is. And when you don't expect it to be as bad as it is, you don't necessarily always get the proper warnings out. and and then at the same time, sometimes when you're always telling everybody that it's going to be this horrible weather event, and it turns out to be less, people tend to not take it as serious. And so you have a little mixture of that. You have some people who didn't take the warnings as serious, and decided, oh, it's no big deal. It always floods here. We're used to it. I mean, because I grew up with that, growing up in Tornado Alley. There are people who will say, "Oh man, we've been through storms before. Whatever. I'll just go down to the storm. I'll go down to my basement, or I'll go to my storm shelter if it gets bad enough. But I don't think it's going to bother us." And then it does. So you have that part of human nature of people who didn't take it as serious. And then you have sometimes where there are city leaders and city managers who they didn't take it as serious. So they didn't give the people the ability to assess the situation because they didn't give them proper information. And then there is also, you know, they might not have been getting the proper warnings and all that. So I would say that they probably it's probably a mixture of a bunch of things, but in the end, without playing politics, I think it's a horrific thing that happened, tragic. Now, where I will say the politics comes in is the response. Not only was NOAA cut, National Weather Services cut, you also had FEMA cut. Now, let's see how the response works out, because that there you could definitely pin on um, the Trump administration, and Christy Nome to be exact. I believe she's actually over that. So let's see how the response, shows up. Let's see if we have another Hurricane Katrina moment or not. God forbid. Hopefully, this isn't what we're seeing, but there is always the possibility that they don't get the proper assistance, or like somebody, oh, Yanina brought up about North Carolina. It could be that same type of situation where the government response is lackluster, pathetic. You don't help people. I can tell you, it's been with the fires out here in Florida. Hold on, what the heck is that? Sorry, I was hearing some loud squeaking noises. I couldn't make out, but it could be a situation like the fires out here. I know people who directly lost their homes. Um, and one of the ladies I know who lost her home, there that she doesn't have any complaints about how this is being handled. And mind you, I know I'm in California, but this is a lady who leans definitely to the right. I could definitely tell you this is probably a Trump supporter. Um, and she's not complaining about the process. She's saying that everything is working how it should. So, I mean, that's anecdotal. That's somebody that I know. I could probably talk to a handful of other people and they could probably tell you a whole bunch of different stories. But that's all I can go off of, what I've seen, read, and what I've heard. So I'll leave it at that. Um, Yona is in the building, says, oh, snap, Marcus talking about Prospera. Yona done 2 whole ass shows on that island of Dr. Moreau. Actually, Yona, on that segment on Prospera, if you want to hop in, let me know. Um, yes, there are more wildfires out here in LA. And I know everybody loves to go for the conspiracy theories, but you don't know. I mean, when the truth is enough, why even go there? One thing that's known about California is it gets dry, it's easy to start a fire. It's that simple. Hell, you don't even need for you don't need for it to be some of the typical stuff out in other areas. They'll tell you, you know what? Oh, make sure your fire is completely out. Um, they'll say that if you do this or do that or whatever, you got to really worry about it. I mean, fires can start so easily here. Um, I don't know who remembers or was watching on my Instagram stories a while back when I put the fire that happened at my job. Um, that literally happened because the sun was beaming down on something that was metallic. It was basically something that was aluminum sitting out there. The sun was beaming down on this one thing, and because it was reflecting onto something that was extremely dry, that was enough to start the fire. And the whole area that around it was dry also, so it started burning that area. I mean, and California is a very, very dry state. I mean, it can have some times where it gets a little bit of rain, but it can get super dry also. So I don't. Why sit there and spend multi billions of dollars to create a fire when you can literally just toss a match out there? If that's what they were trying to do. So I don't lean towards a lot of that stuff. Oh, that's right. Let me share you guys' comments on the screen. Yona says, let's see. He says Craig Pasta and I talked about Própera on a Saturday night show a couple of weeks ago. He and Fee are going to visit there. I can fill you in. Oh my geez, yes. Let me know if they do that. Well, they'll probably share it through my group chat. But yes, I definitely want to know more and more about that. It says Canada is on fire too. Well, I wonder what's the level of Canada's fires, how bad they are. I mean, I haven't heard as much about this fire yet. Also, this one is a little further north, so it's not right where I'm at. So that's all I'll say on that. But yeah, we can go ahead and move on from that. But you know, my heart goes out to those people who are in that flood zone, and hopefully, they're able to save as many people as possible and give those people the assistance that they need. So we just had, let's see, what order should I take all these things in? There's so many different things to talk about. It's just a matter of which order that I want to go into. I guess I will. Let's see, Ladarius is in the building. What's up, cuz? Yeah, I looked at that video. I shouted you out earlier. I looked at those videos that you sent. Sorry I didn't get back to you, but I looked into that Própera, and it looks dystopian. It looks wild. So we'll talk about that in a moment. I kind of want to hold that one for a minute, get some of this other stuff out of the way. But what was it? Because it's funny, so many of these things I want to talk about kind of weave back and forth. I'll get the Diddy thing out of the way. Let's go ahead and let's see what this story has to say on whole Diddy stuff. I will give you guys my thoughts on it. But let's talk about that. That's the one thing I can talk about, and then it jumps away from everything else. See what's next for Diddy after his guilty verdict. Sean Combs awaits sentencing date, facing maximum prison time of 20 years. The 55-year-old hip hop mogul will remain in jail until sentencing. Sorry, getting tongue tied. Sentencing tentatively scheduled for October. Sorry. Sean Diddy Combs was denied bail by a federal judge late Wednesday after he was acquitted by a jury of sex trafficking and racketeering, but convicted on transporting prostitutes to participate in drug-fueled sex marathons and remain in jail as he awaits sentencing. The ruling capped a roller coaster day in federal court for the 55-year-old hip-hop mogul, who hours earlier pumped his fist and fell to his knees after the mixed verdict was read. Combs could have been sentenced to life in prison had he been convicted of the racketeering or trafficking. He now faces a maximum of 20 years in prison, though he could receive significantly less. After more than 12 hours of deliberation across 3 days, the jury of 8 men, 4 women reached a verdict finding Combs guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engaged in illegal sex under the Federal Mann Act, but not guilty of as trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and racketeering conspiracy, charges that carry maximum sentence of life in prison. So, without continuing to read, because I'm pretty sure there's probably a whole lot more. Oh, well, I guess I can read this. Count 1, racketeering conspiracy, not guilty. I knew that this was going to be not guilty, and this is the problem with the way that they do a lot of these verdicts. There, and first I'll say I am no legal scholar. The one thing that I will say is I have a little bit of common sense and I know a little bit about the law. There's so many of these people who are just throwing charges at people, and they're a stretch. And the reason why I felt like this is not going to go where people think it's going to go is look at just the people who are trying the case. I look at these are the women who are trying this case are privileged, upper class, meaning as in wealth and means, not necessarily in quality or content. But when you have people who kind of come from this upper crust type lifestyle, hearing some of these things sounds like horrific to them. Sounds like the worst thing ever. And it is bad. But when you're dealing with people who live in the real world and see horrific things all the time, they're able to take emotion out of it and just look at it for, okay, you say this is the charge. Is this the charge or not? And I feel like the jury had the ability to look at what was being charged and does this match? Does this fit? We're not judging on if Diddy is a horrible, sick, twisted person. That's not what court sentencing is about. That's not what this trial is about. I feel like pretty much everybody will agree with you that Diddy is despicable. I think people have known for a long time that Diddy has been despicable. But that's not what he's on trial for. Racketeering, you have to show that this is a criminal enterprise, not an enterprise that has committed crimes. There is a difference. Racketeering, you need to prove that this organization is set up for the basis of crime. That's and because that definition is the definition that is in most people's head, regardless of this, well, technically, if you do this and do this and do this, this could technically be constituted as racketeering. You're stretching. Most people connect racketeering to a criminal organization, and i.e. mob organized crime. Since that's not what you have here, I knew that was going to go down easy. Of the trafficking by force, fraud or coercion, I knew that was going to go down because can you say manipulation? Yeah. Can you say you took advantage of people who were in bad situations because you offered money and they felt like, do I want to get this money or not? And then Cassie's her own testimony kind of rips the credibility out of the prosecution's argument. So that's part of the problem. It rips the feed out from what they're saying, because the moment that you prove that these texts and phone calls or whatever, where she's asking, well, when's the next time? And I want to do it again. Now, granted, I get it. Stockholm syndrome is a real thing, but you can't quantify if a person has Stockholm syndrome by text messages and proving that to say, oh, well, she's only asking for this because, she's been so traumatized. That's an uphill battle to try to prove that. So you're automatically going to lose on something like that. Now that's right. I guess I skipped over a racketeering conspiracy. Yeah, that all goes hand in hand with oh no, I skipped the no, I guess I'm at the right one. So down to 3 now. Transport to engaged in, you know what, regarding victim 1 Cassie. Well, that's the Mann Act. And a lot of people don't know, if you are transporting somebody, that's a crime also. It's a lesser crime, but yes, he can be caught on the Mann Act because he's facilitated, people going back and forth to do prostitution. I'm screwed to just say it, which is a crime, and in some places, since it's technically not a crime in some places, it is in some places, they tend to kind of like a slap on the hand to that, unless it's in the case of more like R. Kelly's situation. R. Kelly's situation, you're dealing with underage people. Once you start bringing underage people in, you got a whole different ball game. That's the reason why, R. Kelly is down for life and may not get out. Who knows? I don't know. Frank Lucas. People thought Frank Lucas might not have got out either, but he did. So, and I would have figured somebody like a Southwest Terry and a Big Meech of BMF, some of the stuff they had them on, they may not have gotten out. But hey, we never know. We'll see. But to surmise what I was saying on the rest of the whole Diddy thing, to kind of wrap this situation up, I would say that we're probably looking at a max of, because I guess they could easily hit him with 5 and 5, and they can do it concurrent. If they do 5 and 5 concurrent, he could be looking at 10 years. That would kind of be more on the max side. Granted, a judge can often have their own prerogative, and they can add more time or give less time. And people would think, oh, because he didn't give him bail, there's a possibility that the judge could rule harshly. I'm not so certain that that's the case, although it could be an indication of that. I think because of the behavior and because the judge knows that more than likely they're probably not about to get a stiff sentence, they're like, we're going to keep you in jail just a little bit longer. And also, it could have to do with denying the bail could be a way to get towards that a year plus 1. So we could be looking at a situation where Diddy is sentenced to 2 years, a year apiece. And because of the time that he's been in and serving a certain amount of time, he might be able to get right out or only do a few months. So I would say on the high side that we're looking at, high side 5 years, but I honestly, I would say that we're probably looking at somewhere around 2 years. Maybe even I say anywhere from a year to a day to about 3 years, anywhere between 1 to 3 years. And you got to factor in time served. So you could see Diddy getting out very, very soon. That's what I would expect. But there is a possibility he could be looking at 10 years or more still. So, but he's not going to be like in the R. Kelly situation doing, 20 years of life. That's it. Let's close that out. Saludos. Shout out to Charmonique. What's up? Chris H is in the building. Good to see y'all. Abundance Protocol. Good to see you also. So what did it say? If it gets any further time, he'll be out before Christmas. Yeah. I honestly think he'd be out probably by Christmas. And what I would say, because I was talking to people about it at work, and they were very frustrated with how this whole Diddy thing went down. I said, this is the same thing I said about when they impeached Trump the first time. it's about what you charge, how you charge. It makes the difference. Now, they went after Trump on something that's kind of it's very weak. Now, if they would have hit him on some of the more serious things, they could have really went there. But the problem is now you set a precedent, and some of them are guilty of some of those same crimes, so they're going to stay away from that kind of stuff. Now, in the case of Diddy, I would have went more after. I would have went more after the attempted murder. I would have went more after. Well, they couldn't do anything about the assault. Um, but I would have done what obstruction of justice. That would have been a charge I would have threw in there. Conspiracy to cover up a crime. That's a charge that I would have probably hit him with because he paid to get the footage and he paid for people's silence in a crime. What's up? Warren's in the building. But yeah, when you pay people to try to cover up a crime, that is a charge also. So there's just I think that they held their head too much on that. All what happened with Cassie was just going to be enough. And if you don't charge it properly, also, that's one thing about when you're sitting there in a jury trial, they're going to explain out to you over and over and over. A judge will say, hey, this is this. If you do not reach this without a shadow of a doubt, then you can't charge this. So for people who are sitting on the outside of it, if you hear the instructions which they give them on how they're supposed to look at each charge, it makes a difference. So it can't be what you feel. It got to be what you prove, and that makes a difference. No, I have not seen that video. Have not seen that video. Maybe I should look it up. It might be something that I could talk about later on. I'm going to talk about it later on TikTok. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. I see. Let's see. What are y'all saying? I guess it's a whole lot of people who are responding to that video. And that's one thing you never know about TikTok. Which video is going to get a lot of people's attention and what they feel like talking about. And I just see stuff that I feel like talking about and respond. The video, Lady Racista. Okay. I'll look it up. I'm not going to say that out loud. But yes. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely heard that. Well, I've heard of the different parts of Latin America. Argentina is probably one of the most racist. I don't know for a fact. I don't want to put that on people that I don't know about, but that is a charge that I've been heard levied on them multiple times. And I've definitely seen. Oh, I had one interaction with a lady from Argentina online, and she wasn't outright racist, but she did seem kind of like, what's the word? She seemed like she was more, you know how people there's a phrase, a Spanish phrase, and it talks about, paraphrasing, basically, improving the race, and it's talking about, mixing with people of European ancestry to better the race. And so I would say that there is a definite strong contingent of people who think like that down there. Also, I believe that you had a lot of Europeans who have fled into those countries. Now, some of that had to do with World War II. Some of that had to do with just those governments, which had a lot of people of European descent trying to flood in more Europeans to try to balance off the indigenous populations. You know, histories are messy, and so that's not what this show is about, going into the history of those areas. But you know, uh, there's definitely a racist contingent in many of those places. Yeah, I don't believe any group of anybody are all good or all bad, and I think you got to take the situations for how they are and go with it from there. I guess let me move on to my next subject. Let's see. So talked a little about the flooding, talked a little about Diddy. No, I didn't forget that Spain and Portugal are European, not at all. But where I would kind of put a little bit of an asterisk is not all. If you look at Spain and Portugal, if you go to Spain and Portugal, you will see a difference between Spain and Portugal and going to Germany and France and England. And I'm talking about of the people who are known to be the representative representation of those areas. You can definitely see, yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Spain and Portugal are darker Europeans, and that has to do with a lot of mixing that they've had, definitely with Moors and things like that over the generations. And so, yes, even Southern Italians are darker. Yes, that is a fact. And some people say, "Oh, well, it's because it's hotter there in the sun." No, that's not what it is. It has to do with a lot more of mixing that's happened over generations. The same thing which you will see. You know, we had Sebs on last week with parts of Ethiopia, Eritrea, stuff like that, where they had a lot of Italians in those areas. That mixing all makes a difference. Yes, you said I'm Muslim. I know the history of the Moors. Yes, okay. But yes, the Moorish impact, and I feel the Moorish impact is understated historically. Well, I'll say not historically, but what we read in our history books. You can see that the Moors had a sweeping effect all over Europe, and I'm saying all the way from Spain to England, all the way across to Eastern Europe to Russia, Ukraine, all those different areas. They were all over. Now, did they hold power in all of those areas? Some of them, yes, but some of them, even when they did hold power, it wasn't for very long. So they did have an impact over the whole, the whole of all of Europe. And I feel the history books don't show that. Also, they don't show the fact that Europe is not as homogenous as they try to portray through our history books. And I'll say, I won't even say necessarily our history books. I'll say through movies, which tend to be the education platform a lot of people view things through. They hear about it in history. They see a movie. They attach what they saw in that movie to the reality of that time period. And it's not always properly reflective. And I think we just need to keep that in mind, because sometimes it's easy for that to get into our heads and we start operating from that perspective and thought. Gonna Marshall. I don't know what you're talking about there, but that's funny. So yeah, 800 years is a long time. Shoot. But it's funny because when you mention that 800 years is a long time, there are certain places which were conquered for like 1,000 years by like parts of North Africa were conquered by like 1,000 years by Europeans, and that's like not even like thought about. I mean, it's looked at as, oh, they were only there for a blip of time. So history is definitely interesting. And so I apologize too if I have to hop up and use the restroom or anything like that, because I'm alone and I'm gonna leave you guys just sitting here for a second. But I'll try to be quick if I do have to use the restroom, because I got the feeling with my drinks or whatever, drinking all these fluids, I probably will be getting up shortly. And I do got a little baby bladder, so excuse me for that. So let's go to. I guess I can go into the 4th of July stuff, and I'll leave you guys with this story. Okay, so let me switch. Put this up real quick. And let's share, and I will catch you guys on the other side of this. Hold on, me.
She is live in Southgate, where police right now have safely removed multiple tons of illegal fireworks from a home. Macy.
Kathy, authorities say they found 25 tons of illegal fireworks in this neighborhood earlier today, some of them packed inside of a garage, and the several other tons packed inside of several U-Haul trucks. That cleanup process is now underway. It's just about finished, but take a look at some video from earlier today from Chopper 4. Southgate police got a call around 1:15 this afternoon reporting people selling fireworks at a home here on the 5700 block of Main Street. That's near Garfield Avenue, just a few blocks north of the 105 freeway. When officers arrived, they located that 25 tons of illegal fireworks, some of them packed inside of U-Haul trucks and other box trucks, and some inside of a garage on the property. Now, LA County Fire Department couldn't start the removal process until hours after the discovery because they first had to find a space large enough to hold the 25 tons. Now, police arrested 5 people found unloading boxes, now charged with possession of illegal fireworks.
Really, the main goal is to get them out of the community as quickly as possible. And if they're within the boxes, we don't really consider them too much of a danger. We just want to make sure that the large amount is dispersed into secure facilities and away from homes.
It's a safety issue. Every year, illegal fireworks, dangerous fireworks cause not only injuries to people, but fires and so damage to property. And so that's why things like this could turn into something pretty significant for not just the residents here, but the entire community.
Now, firefighters started the removal process here in the neighborhood about 3 hours ago. They told us roughly 30 minutes ago that they were about to wrap up. Keep in mind, possession of illegal fireworks is a misdemeanor, but the sale of illegal fireworks is a felony, and that could get you up to 3 years in jail and face a $50,000 fine. Reporting live in Southgate, Macy Jenkins, NBC4 News.
I forgot that I muted on the screen and not just on my mic. Apologies. Yeah, I wanted to show that because remember, I don't know if y'all remember, ones who've been watching the show for a while, I've complained about like giant fireworks and how loud they were. And I mean, I did a little TikTok video on it, but this is what's going on out here. Like, I'm not just the get off my lawn, grandpa. Like, it is out of control. Like here, yes, there was a fireworks warehouse out in Cali that blew up a few days ago. Like, we've had multiple like situations like this. The one that Warren is talking about happened in Orange County, and then we had another situation. I'm going to show you guys this one because I have multiple videos. I wanted to show you this one that happened in Bocoima. Hold on a second. Mute. Hold on. So let me share this with you. And this is why, like,
developing news in the San Fernando Valley.
I'm not doing it because I'm just like, so bah humbug and don't want people to have a good time. But this is like the way they're doing it out here is like, it's not safe. It's not safe at all. And like I brought up earlier, about how dry it is and how easy it is to start a fire. You need to spend billions of dollars on some kind of elaborate way to start a fire when easily an ember can do that out here. But check this story out real quick.
A man is dead and a woman is seriously hurt after a massive fireworks explosion in Pacoima. The blast shook the neighborhood. 18 people are now displaced. NBC4's Alex Rosier joins us live in Pacoima, where he spoke with a family member. Alex.
Annabella, it took more than 100 firefighters to put out the flames right behind me here at 9 p.m. last night. You can see some of the damage from the ground, but I want to show you what it looks like from our live trucks camera, because you'll be able to see that this fire spread to multiple homes after the fireworks explosions at Corcoran and Bromont in Pacoima. Video shows fireworks shooting into the night sky in Pacoima after multiple firework explosions around 9 p.m. last night. A Ring camera captured the blast heard by much of this neighborhood.
A bunch of fireworks at the same time go, and then the entire house shakes. It's like...
LAFD said the official cause is under investigation, but it looks like the illegal fireworks ignited and caused multiple explosions, starting a fire that spread to 4 homes, 2 ADUs, and a car.
It was an enormous response by LA City Fire Department.
News Chopper 4 was overhead as more than 100 firefighters worked to put out the flames.
You now see firefighters on the roof performing rooftop ventilation.
LAFD said when they arrived, they found a man in his 30s dead.
I'm really upset about this.
Fernando Carlin said this is his brother's house, the home where the explosion started. He said he doesn't really know what happened, but he said the man who died is his nephew.
He's like 33 years old. He worked very hard. He had 2 jobs. He working for bread and his garden. And
Fernando said his brother made it out safe, but his nephew's wife was badly burned. Jacob Gonzalez lives nearby and tried to help her after the blast.
Her legs were just completely burnt. She was crying out for her husband. I tried to get her some water. I tried to do what I could for her.
LAFD said 30% of her body burned. She's now in the hospital. They also treated 4 others for smoke inhalation. Crews even helped this dog who struggled to breathe outside the burning homes. Now today, a day meant for celebration. 18 people are looking for a new place to stay, and one family's life forever changed. Back out live.
Now I stopped it for a second because I wanted to show you guys something. If you can see behind this house here, now I know you guys notice some of the area right out in front of the house is green, right? You see this patch over here. I don't know if you guys can see where my arrow is. But if you look right here, this whole spot is completely dried out. Completely dried out. And you'll see certain yards where the whole thing is just completely yellow because it sucked every bit of moisture out of that area. You can see that right here on the pole. So if you think, oh, well, maybe that's dirt right there. No, you can see this is a tree stump right here. Over here next to this palm tree, you can see the same thing, completely dried out. Now over here on this part, you can see a little bit of grass. And this is not this is a shadow of a palm tree. That's not scorching. So it's letting you know that yes, the fire didn't hit this area over here. This is just dry. And there are a lot of spots that are dry like that. And if you look at it, you see how stacked up all these houses are right next to each other. How easy it is for one fire to affect so many people so fast. And that's the reason why I rant and rave a little bit about it. It is a big deal out here. Where I grew up, in Kansas City, during the summer, it's humid. You're not going to have that problem. You can literally just keep setting the grass on fire and nothing's going to happen. It's different when you're in an area that's super dry like this. This is why I'm bringing it up. Let's see. I see Till is in the chat. What up, Till? What up? Yeah. So it says, excuse my language, but man, this is so effed up. Of course, they will put highly volatile materials in the same place they sleep. Yes, and that's what I'm saying. That story before, 25 tons. That's not like, oh, somebody got a little bit of fireworks stash and they might be selling a little on the side. You got 25 tons. It was in his house, multiple U-Hauls that are stacked up. And that's one area. Another area that the same thing happened, where this is in Orange County. So there are literal stashes of fireworks like all over the city, where you have in compacted neighborhoods like this. And keep in mind, when he talked about, oh, well, that's his brother's house and his nephew lives there. Nephew had a wife also. So the brother more than likely is married. There's a possibility there's more kids. So even in this one residence that we're talking about, we might be talking about the possibility of, 6, 7 people. That's very common in houses out here to have high numbers of people, because it's so expensive out here. You'll have plenty of parents who their kids still live with them well after 18. Some of them, they might have moved out, had to come back home. And because things are expensive out here, you have a lot of people who are in roommate situations and all that, where it's a bunch of people all living compacted together. One house catches fire with how close they are. You can have a whole lot of people homeless very, very quickly. And I don't think people get the significance of like some of those fires that we see out here, how easy it is to make a whole lot of people homeless very, very fast. He said, I can't see anything. I told you I need a new Oh. Yeah, but anybody, I mean, you guys can also go check this out. Oh no, I didn't show them the photo shoots yet, but I will. Let me go to Instagram and pull them up. So since we're all talking about fireworks and 4th of July, let me share this. I gotta find it. So y'all bear with me. What the hell? Sorry, I get crazy stuff sent to me all the time. So, and now Hamza is added me into a group chat, and I get even more crazy stuff in there. Actually, that thing is like a little overwhelming. I probably get a message probably every 10 minutes. Okay, where? Hold on a second. I gotta find Till's message, and then I will send it I gotta send it to myself, and then I'll show you guys. So no, I don't want to share it within. Oh, that's right. I gotta go to it. Hold on. That's what I say. Y'all give me some time. Oh, I just thought about it. I know who's probably gonna be the most upset about this. But hey, he should be here. It's like, where you at, Saul? It's his fault for not being here. He'll miss Till's photo shoot. So let me put it in my message, and then I can share it with y'all. But going along with the 4th of July festivities. All right. Because it's very her photo shoot is 4th of July themed. Dang it, go into there. Why is it doing that? All right, hold on. Well, let me show you guys something else, and then I'll probably have to come back to it, because this is my computer is not one to cooperate with me so much. That's what I'll do. Oh, that's right. Let me share with you, I guess, a little bit of mine. No, I'm not gonna do that one. But I'll show you this guy right here. This is Randy Fine. This is Randy Fine, and this is what he decided to show. I sent the link. Okay, let me share this with y'all, and then so this is one of our congressmen here. On 4th of July, this is what he decided that he wanted to share with everybody. All right, hold on a second. So this is what he wanted to share. Well, y'all give me a minute. Let me grab this link for Till. Okay, there it is sent. So Congressman Randy Fine on 4th of July 2025, or 8 Tammuz 5785 in Hebrew calendar. Really, dude? That's why I agree with this person. Deport this POS. It says when can Randy Fine be voted out of office? I guess he's in there till 2027. So you guys are stuck with this jackass. Stuck with him. Close. I don't know. Computer's acting a little glitchy, so apologies. As Soul Construct. Yeah, I don't think he's in yet. I haven't seen him. He normally pops into the chat when he's here. So I'll have to head on to the next thing I wanted to show y'all. They called it Chaos in LA. And just review a little bit of that because that's all going with the whole 4th of July theme, and this will roll us into the next 4th of July topics because there's quite a bit to go into. So let me find it real quick. Come on. And it was all right, cool. Now it's a very long stream, which he did. So we're not going to go through the whole entire thing, but it's to give you guys a little bit of a look at what is going on here in LA. There's still the protests going on. Yes, the USA never stops being eventful. Hell, you can go from city to city, and certain cities never stop being eventful. I mean, it's almost an overload to keep up with, and I understand how people are able to do this for a living. Okay, so some of the unusual dress that you will see in some of this is because there is a Comic-Con going on also downtown. And so we're going to play a little bit of this and skip around. So enjoy. And shout out to the creator. Let me go back, let me minimize that and shout out where I'm getting this from. This is from John Hicks. John Hicks is he scrolls around LA with what I don't know what kind of signal he has, but amazing signal, great camera work, and he does a real good job of showing you all over LA, especially downtown LA. And he's riding on an electric bike. If you guys are not familiar with it, but does a really good job showing you like on the ground there in LA. So shout out to him. Make sure you guys, if you guys want to check out the rest of this video, I mean, I know I keep going back and forth, but right here, riding in 4th of July chaos in Los Angeles is the title of this video. But yeah, let's go ahead and make it big and play.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yo. Oh, yo, hello, hello, hello. Hello? Hello? Are we back? Are we back?
Glitching, or if it was his glitching, because he did have a little bit of trouble at the first beginning of this video. So let me hop back in and skip forward a little bit more.
iPhone. So that's another thing. If that's of interest to anyone, we're gonna scoot up a little bit. See what's going on right here. I don't want to be too in the way of people walking and stuff, but that's what's going on there. I really try to read all my super chats. So I try not to miss any, even when we're ripping and things are happening all over the place. I try to catch them all. You know, like Ash. So you got it, man. Chat, this is a train. You ever seen one? It's pretty sick. There's two of them actually. Crazy. Alucard. All right, chat. You guys know. You guys are knowers. I'm a non-knower. It's people are actually thinning out. Looks like most people are actually gone up out of here. So we'll stay here for a little while, see what other interesting costumes we see, and then we'll head over to the federal building, see what's going on over there. Looks like the cops are looking for something. YouTube now watching your streams. W, let's go. But they're all like, it's kind of interesting. It's more costumes.
Maybe let it in this video, right? Yeah, that's either the blue or green line, one of those that will take you straight into downtown. It is kind of the equivalent of like a subway train. So yeah, it takes you down. Then you have the buses and all that stuff too that are floating through there. So I let it sit for a little bit. So let's see if that gave enough time for it to kind of catch up with this video. It looks like my signal is better. I started having signal problems for a second, but let me mute it. Let's go.
Throwing up. I don't know what for. Yeah, I was trying to get this guy's costume. It's kind of sick. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I wanted to show a little bit of this before I got into this stuff because it's showing a good view of like just kind of what's going on. Not you have right over there at the LA Convention Center, you got Comic-Con going on. I'm really not even paying attention to some of the protest stuff, which everybody's all upset about. And just let it sit and buffer back there. I'll let it sit and buffer for a minute. And then we got Till in the building. What's up, Till? I'm going to bring you on here and I am going to, again, that water is running through me. And like I told everybody, I have a baby bladder. So you have to excuse
Oh,
me.
it's okay. I have a shitty bladder too. I tell all my friends that. I was like, I'm gonna pee 40 times tonight.
Oh, yeah, that's how I am. I'm drinking water right now because I know I didn't drink nearly enough
I
yesterday.
I think that's got something to do with the military, to be honest, because my mama always made me hold my pee until we got somewhere.
I don't know, man, but no,
Fuck my
my
shit up.
stomach, my bladder is tiny. It's like I got a teacup for a bladder.
Oh, I'm a little teacup, short and stout. I couldn't help it. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Yeah, and then let everybody know what was going on with your fourth and all that. Oh, and this is a good time if you got the pull up your slides.
Ah.
Yeah, but I'll be right back.
Okay. So, my 4th of July was honestly, I sat in the house. I was not doing shit. I did laundry. I did stuff that we're supposed to do. I wasn't out and about in these streets, to be honest. Um, yeah, we just, hey Chris, hey Soul. I thought I saw Soul's name in here. Hi Yona. If Iona's in here, hi everybody. Rondo, Ladarius. Who else is here? Sorry, I'm going through the whole chat real quick, trying to see everybody. Hey Yonina. Hey baby. Let me see. Yonina, yeah. Hey. Chris. Rondo, Ladarius, Soul. Hey everybody. But yeah, my 4th was pretty chill. I did laundry, slept, caught up on some sleep. Had to put head muffs on my fucking dogs because I live in a wild city. I actually live down the street from Jamestown, Virginia. So first city of America head ass history. So they be having some of the wildest fireworks in our city. And so they were irritating my dogs all night. And yeah, that was about it. Made some meal preps, practiced some of my line dancing, and that was all. But my photographer had posted pictures for 4th of July. So we had taken, my photographer wanted to do this glow shoot, and that's what it was originally. I haven't got those photos edited, but I will have those edited. And so we did a glow shoot, and then all of a sudden he was like, hey, we got these like stills. Do you want to do this at a third? I was like, yeah, I have no problem doing that. And we ended up coming up with these wild ass 4th of July pictures because, niggas built this country. So here we have this one. I think it's better. Can you pull it up on the screen if I send it to
Yeah,
you?
just go ahead and send it to me. I don't know, when I was sending it, it did not want to go through. So I don't know
I
what
don't
was
know. Where
happening.
you
If
want
I
me to
was
send
starting to
it
get the
to?
glitches earlier.
Twitter?
Yeah, you can send it to Twitter.
Okay. No, bro, I don't know. It'd be weird, man. These things, man. Look, our internet and our phone and stuff. Hey, Ladarius. Yeah, our internet and our phone and stuff. This is crazy. They do not be fucking with us.
Yeah, I don't know why it was. It could be maybe because I think that video is 4K, and with the camera and the mic and the this and the that, it's like, all right, okay. I'm the little
No.
engine. I'm the little engine that could or could not.
Yes, Chris.
So
My photo shoot's on my Instagram.
yeah, it's on the Instagram too. So let me switch over to.
Damn it, you sent it to me on Twitter. I didn't know you sent the link to me on Twitter. You be having 45 tabs open on my life, Marcus. I just want to let you know that. I have 40. When I deal with Marcus, it's 45 tabs, bro. And I always don't check the last one I need to check. I'll be like, Instagram, cool. Text messages, cool. YouTube, got that. Then I was like, shit. Gotta go to X. I need to actually put this app on my phone.
Which I now you could testify. I have a whole lot going on behind the scenes, don't I, for shows compared to other people.
Y'all don't even know to have, bro. Y'all don't know to have. I be trying my best to really participate, but this motherfucker be on his shit so bad. I be like, well, you gonna find out what I want to talk about in a little bit. He gonna find a link to. He gonna be like, and I got this link. Oh, that's what I wanted to talk about. Got it. Yeah. Thanks. And one of these is a topic that we are about to talk about, which, when you sent me those YouTube videos, I was already hip because you know how I feel about them smart cities.
Yeah,
I knew to move to Belize.
I knew that would be right up your alley, and Ladarius sent it to me, and I had heard about them, but I hadn't heard about this specific one.
I didn't know they were doing Honduras.
I did not at all, but Yona said that he's been on this the last couple of weeks, and seeing this, I'm like, this is wild. And I watched those two videos that Ladarius sent me, and I was like, just the detail to some of the stuff that they were talking about. Now we're gonna get into it. I know I'm teasing this for y'all, but we will get into it. But I want to make sure that we go through this topic fully first, and then we get on to another one. Because man, I tell people, if I was doing this full time, 40 hours a week, what kind of shows do you think I'd be doing?
You wouldn't be doing those shows because the FBI would have came and scrubbed you off the plane. So it wouldn't even be 40 hours a week. They let your ass get 1 week, and they'd be watching your shit for 1 week. By that next Monday, out of here. Marcus done committed suicide. No, the fuck he didn't. They gonna Epstein your ass. You keep talking this shit. That's what kind of show you would have. 40 hours a week.
Like, how many content creators do you know that are like really looking through the whole bill, the Trump bill?
I don't know. Steve might be the only other motherfucker I know, and even then he's skimming it.
Like, I've been reading along and doing a listen along. And so the video, like, I can share you guys the Forbes video where they're reading it, and there's a couple places that are doing it. It's a almost 16-hour video. So right now I'm about 9 hours in.
$16.
Yeah, where they're just literally reading the whole bill, and I ain't gonna lie to you,
Oh, I'm sorry, Bad Cookies. You're upset because I didn't want to shoot with you at your table. It's okay. Maybe you can find some good cookies.
Oh, are they talking about the lady that was, or not the lady, but I don't know what y'all talking about. My bad. No, I'm jumping in there. I saw a video that's been going viral about this dude, and he's in Orange County, where he came in and was like, "We don't want you here," and said a whole bunch of other stuff. And a woman had to try to go and approach him, even though there's like 5 dudes sitting there.
Cookies is still mad because I didn't want to stand up next to, you know what I'm saying, with the Mexican little issue that we had, the Hispanic issue last week. But she doesn't understand that we've been the first on the front line for years. Why the hell do I want to get back on the front lines when y'all weren't on the front lines with us? That's all. She just mad because we want to take a break and sit in the sun and drink some lemonade while they deal with some shit this time.
Well, this is what I try to tell people. every issue, and I try to get past I try to look at everything analytically. And I'm looking chess move style. And I'm looking at they doing certain things so that eventually they can work their way back around to you. And I just know how these people move. And I don't have to necessarily like there's Trump people that get out there and they have certain things that they're protesting and all that. And even if it's something I don't agree with them on, just like per example, it's convenient to say, you know, those people who be protesting at veterans funerals. I used to couldn't stand that church that would do that. They would show up and say all these horrific things and do all that. But I had to tell myself, you have to allow this types of protests. You can't, even though you can't stand these people and you love to put holes in all of them. I got to allow these people to talk, because the moment they start infringing on their rights, it opens up, it sets a precedent. So now they can start infringing on my rights.
Now, Chris, I hear what you're saying. See what? Let me finish this one, Chris. I know what you're saying, but because she wants to pick and choose parts and not listen to the whole message, I'm gonna keep building off the parts she want to pick. I'm well educated. I know who was there. I seen it. You ain't got to tell me shit. But since she wants to act like I'm a racist bitch, like she can't see past her own fucking nose, we gonna dig in her ass and make her look just as stupid as them bad cookies she eating. So move the fuck around, dummy. The end. That's all. I know.
Well,
I
like
didn't say all Mexicans. I didn't say all Puerto Ricans. I didn't say all Cubans. I got a lot of Cuban and Puerto Rican and Mexican friends that do stand in solidarity with me, and I stand in solidarity with them. But this little bitch right here being a little bitch. So we just gonna let her stay in her little bitch section with them bad cookies.
Well, what I'll say is we just got to always make sure. Like I tell y'all this, we got one major enemy.
The
And
government.
I don't want people to ever lose track of who that is. And we can have our own different squabbles within communities and stuff. We can have our own squabbles, you know. It's kind of like family. Family don't always get along, and you're gonna have your back and forth and fights and this and that. But we can't lose focus on who the actual problem really is, because when it comes down to it, they're affecting all of us, and they're going to affect all of us. And even on so let's see if this will play a little bit more. Try my best. Hopefully it does. But he did great content. And I just want to, you know, shout it out, showcase it, and show so y'all can see a little bit of kind of what we see here on the ground here in LA. Let me mute up.
That should do it, right? That it's like 50 right now, like right after. No, I'm pretty sure that will do it. Yeah, like that'll do it. Okay, let's check out.
I'm just going to head
here.
and mute up and talk over, because it's obviously still glitching, and when it glitches, I don't want you guys to be just stuck hearing nothing. But this is right here, harder downtown. There has been, it was like a big Comic-Con convention.
Hey
And
Marcus,
he's
can
kind
you
of
go into the settings and drop it
floating
down?
around through some of that. Also, you do have people getting ready for the 4th of July stuff that's going to be going on. It looks like he's circling back around to the Comic-Con stuff. And that's where that the cops sitting there in front of that area is. All those people, once you get inside of there, and you can see the big floaties and stuff like that of Comic-Con stuff. You can see the different costumes. Oh, maybe so. Let's see. I didn't even think about that. No, it's at 480 already. So no, that's not it. Actually, let me try changing my camera. Or actually, for this segment, I might just turn my camera off, and maybe that'll help. Or that's what I could do. I can unplug my mic. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna unplug my mic and
Well, that wasn't a good idea. Don't unplug your mic, kids. Well, while we wait for Marcus to get back, how was everybody else's 4th? Did anybody blow up some shit? Yes, you're absolutely right. And like honestly, we can't forget that the whole gist of this is to overthrow the government in a sense. You know, kind of like anarchist type of vibe. So like I didn't want to be a dickhead and be like, damn, I can't be racist because I'm black, but shut up. Hey Marcus, do not unplug. God damn it, he's not back yet. I was about to say, do not unplug that mic again.
up to.
That's good. So I'm glad I didn't like I told you I didn't do anything. I don't participate in that shit. I don't participate in fucking 4th of July. I played Cards Against Humanity with some of my fellow homies. That was probably the most I did. Yeah, I don't know. So this I don't know, but I know that Linnea, the Comic-Con, I like Comic-Con, I'm a fucking nerd. Marvel isn't coming to Comic-Con next year. Like there's a lot of different big names that aren't going to participate next year, and I just think that's kind of weird. And they talking about we're trying to focus on movies and this, that, and the third, but like historic panels that were supposed to be there every year and stuff, they're just not coming. I don't know what's going on. I feel a lot of the cool shit is dying. Marcus, you back yet? Not yet. Not yet. Okay. So apparently we got a pretty decent show for y'all guys. I can't wait till we get to the Diddy segment. Y'all know I've been keeping up with that court case. Yeah, a lot of the cool, like I can't. We can go in specifics of like cool
Oh no, can you
shit.
hear me?
Yeah. You scared the shit out of us.
I do not
And
see
he's back.
myself on the screen at all.
I see you right now, but you're
Let me
frozen.
run a speed test. Every time I run a speed test, then it comes back for some.
Bro, it's your FBI agent. Marcus won't listen to me. I've been telling him for 3 months. It's your FBI agent. But not to get into specifics as of like cool shit, but like all the cool shit.
No, it wants to act like it's. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Glitchy,
it's funny. Every time I do a speed test, then it actually comes to work.
That's how. Look now. Look at you.
I'm not even doing anything yet. All right. I can see I'm moving around, but can you hear me?
I can hear you. Your voice isn't delayed at all. It's just your camera's a little delayed.
Yeah. If you wanted to give me, I talked about Diddy earlier, so you can go in and give some of your take.
Oh, I knew this was a humiliation ritual. I knew for the longest time that honestly, they weren't going to get him on anything. There was nothing necessary for a RICO. I knew that the prosecutor is the FBI director's daughter, or the ex FBI director's daughter.
Okay, let me switch my
Um,
camera off.
yeah, there's a whole bunch of going on.
Like even everything is glitching on my side. It's not letting me. Everything's delayed.
So the same person that prosecuted Jeffrey Epstein is the same prosecutor that prosecuted Diddy. And for the longest time, if you ever watch Blunt Force Wisdom, where I'm super racist at, by the way, super racist when I'm on that show. That's gonna be my new shit, Marcus. I'm holding on to that for a while. That's gonna be my new shit. Anyway, Blunt Force Wisdom, where I can be a little more me. I had already said many a times that Diddy, yeah, Chris, Diddy was the Black Epstein. I was like, they were gonna make an example out of him. Okay, Marcus, heard that. They were gonna make an example out of him, and that this was more in reference to the issue that he had with the Delirion or whatever the fuck his tequila company was. And so I've kept reading all these wild ass things. Yeah. And I was just like, yo, ever since he spoke up about how the discrimination with this tequila company was happening, he started getting a lot of backlash. Now, on one aspect, on a moral and on like a way that everybody was raised to be good people and like be a good human and don't do things, on the human rights type thing or the human feel good type thing. I won't even say rights because it's not really on rights or anything, but it's like the human feel good type thing. Yeah, he's a horrible person. Just like Weinstein is a horrible person. But if you go into Weinstein cases and understand he not once got charged with rape. Both of these men, yes, use their power to narcissistically put women in a sticky situation. And it sucks that there's like still this sexism / classism kind of climate when it comes to women and men. But like Weinstein's a horrible man. He's a terrible guy. That man uses his power to overpower women. But if you know about anything and you go through the deep dark holes of it, that motherfucker didn't fucking evil rich. They can't. Thank you, Chris. Talk that shit. You talking hot shit right now. So all these people keep going to these trials, and people get so upset when they get found not guilty on these terrible acts. Like, why wasn't he charged with rape? Da 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 da. And I understand all the people and women that are in fucking arms about Diddy being able to get out. But I'm just trying to be honest and frank with y'all. And this is why people either like or don't like me. Every man, I won't say every man, 92% of men have had to snow globe a bitch in their life, be it their sister, their auntie, their cousin, girlfriend, wife, whatever. A man has honestly lost his temper and either grabbed some shoulders and shook a bitch like a snow globe, or it got to a point where it was the Cassie Diddy shit. The only reason that there aren't 45 million RICOs, if that's what we going to use to fucking do domestic violence cases, but the only reason there's not 40 million RICOs getting sent up right now is because nobody had it on camera. They caught Diddy beating that girl in the hallway on camera. If that shit was still in the room, nobody would have known Cassie even got knocked in between the washer and the dryer. So all these women in arms thinking like, oh my God, he finessed her. Yes, he finessed her. That's what finessers do. He's been a finesser. His father worked with Frank Lucas, whom Frank Lucas ended up turning into an informant. So you can't tell me that Diddy wasn't working for the alphabet mafia for the government. I don't care what nobody says. I've been thinking that he's part of the CIA for the longest, at least for the FIB. Call the FBI the FIB. If you ever played Grand Theft Auto Vice City or Grand Theft Auto 3, they call the FBI the FIB. But anyway, I always thought Diddy was part of the FIB or the CIA or Alphabet Mafia for the government or whatever have you, because his daddy worked so close with Frank Lucas. Then his mom was a madame for prostitution rings in New York. So you're telling me that he's learning how to treat women based off how his mother treats women, which then if your girl can treat a girl like this, of course, that means I can too, because I'm a man. which puts me at a different caliber. This is how niggas think too, by the way. So now he's going on in life thinking he's untouchable because of the connections that his parents had, and he feels that those are going to trickle down on him, on top of the fact that the government and him are in cahoots. Pretty much why Tupac and Biggie got killed. Whole thing with the rap thing. Y'all know how rap was influenced by the government in the first fucking place. Let's go ahead and build onto that. Government gets into hip hop and R&B, starts getting out these weird, instead of it having political messages like fuck the police, then it completely did a 180 and it was fuck our inner community and fuck the community that we have established. That's how rap music started. Now you have Diddy and Suge Knight creating one of the biggest beefs that ever happened in rap that caused two really prominent black men to be killed. Now let's fast forward. Now he got all this money. He done collected life insurance policies. We'll get into that on another show. But every time that these black rappers get into these weird ass contracts, they got weird ass life insurance policies. Look up Gucci Man. Gucci's fucking company, like Gucci's boys, are crazy as hell. All his fucking artists come up dead. Every last one of his fucking artists come up dead. And it's just kind of wild to me that nobody's paying attention to that. But all these people put these life insurance policies out on these artists. Then when they come up dead in random situations, getting shot at a dice game or getting shot in the club, XYZ, there you go. Yes, exactly. Thank you. So now all these artists come up dead. Think of Biggie. They definitely had a big ass life insurance policy on his fucking ass because he was the biggest name at the time. Tupac definitely had life insurance policies. And the other fucking thing is Tupac ain't have no heirs. Tupac ain't had no kids, right? So now let's fast forward now. Diddy's getting to a point where he has exhausted all of his options. He can't do the clothing line anymore. Been there, done that. We're not doing making the band anymore. We care less about that. You know what I'm saying? So what we got? Well, let's get into liquor. He was one of the first artists to actually get into liquor. Jay-Z had Cristal, Diddy had his shit, and now Diddy wanted to get into distilleries. He got into this tequila thing. My thing is, I feel that the people he got in cahoots with in the tequila department were part of the cartel. The same cartel that's flooding fentanyl into our systems. The same cartel that's working in tandem with our government. For the longest time, I've been feeling that in my spirit. Can you hear me, Marcus?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, welcome back. Oh, you sound real fucking good now. I'm gonna wrap this up just in case the FBI agent come back off his lunch break. Okay, so he gets into the distillery company. I think that's part of the cartel, the same cartel that's working with the CIA to get fentanyl in our system and into our country. Boom. If you say something bad to the cartel, you know the cartel gonna come and handle that. Well, he said something bad. He was like, y'all are not pushing my stuff, and y'all feel like this is discrimination and stuff. I always thought that the reason they weren't pushing this shit was because it was a fucking cover for all the other drugs that they were getting in. Because at the end of the day, not one time did they bring up that pink cocaine that they found. Not one time did they bring up any videos that they found. Not one time did they bring up any of the list of the people that were participating in these Diddy freak-offs. Not once did they pull up any actual substantial fucking witnesses. Nobody came to talk shit except for Kid Cudi and Cassie. That is the entire fucking case, is those two humans right there. Kid Cudi talking about some, he blew up my motherfucking car with a Molotov cocktail and came in my house and opened up all my Christmas gifts. That was it. So, like, at the end of the day, this motherfucker literally had a humiliation ritual happen to him. They couldn't really get him on anything without exposing other humans. That's the reason that it went the way it went, Marcus, in my opinion. I'm glad you're back. But that's the reason I think, that's the thing, that the reason that's what I think is the reason that it went the way it went. Is because they couldn't bring out nobody else. But keep in mind, Epstein's trial, quiet. Maxine trial, quiet. Diddy's trial, quiet. We didn't get, remember when Court TV used to be in a room and they used to give you all the heebie-jeebies? Mm-hmm. Where the fuck did that go?
Well, well, because for one, New York is different. You can't film trials in New York.
You can't film federal trials at all.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Well, no. You can film federal in some other states.
What?
Yeah.
I thought federal was like no cameras all. In state you could do.
No, they can do it in Florida.
What?
Yes, they can.
And he got his house raided in Florida. Why didn't they do it? Wow.
But he got his house raided in California too.
And then it burnt down.
But the thing about it is the people who were see his house getting raided in Florida and California was on behalf of the Southern District of New York.
Okay. So
So
that's where the
that's the
warrant
reason
came out
why
of.
everything got pushed out of the Southern District of New York.
Got you.
They could have went after him. What I think it is, honestly, is I really think that the reason why any of that other stuff. See, I look at it different than the whole Epstein thing. The reason why I look at it different than the Epstein thing is because the Epstein thing is, I believe, tied back to a certain little country. That little country is the reason why nothing's coming out is because they got info on the politicians that move and shake. And so that's a little bit different than the Diddy thing.
Oh, wait. You didn't hear about how the sheiks were on the first list and then they miraculously disappeared?
Well, I believe that, that they got, he had high profile people, nonetheless. But I don't believe like it was used for the same purpose. You get what I'm saying? Like, I believe he was just being a freak for the most part. And it exposed stuff that would have been embarrassing, because I don't believe like most of a lot of these celebrities that would have been involved on the Diddy stuff, they don't really yield any power. The Israeli stuff was about like power operations and control. And what I think it solely was about with Diddy is like where we have the intersectionality between my theory and your theory is that company. Now look to who owns that company. That company,
Delirion. Oh yeah.
The company and the person who got him in touch with that company, Loose and Grange, is a tie to the same people who were part of controlling a lot of people. And I feel like what it is he decided that he was going to kind of buck up against the hand that he bit the hand that fed him. And they're like, what? Who the fuck do you think you are? Because we got to remember, I don't know how much I believe that they're tied in with any kind of pharmaceutical stuff, because they already control all the liquor. They make literally, I would say they probably make trillions in liquor sales alone, like straight up. But it's kind of like when you piss off one of these major families, and they really don't want to have somebody who they feel like, we built you. Now you're gonna have the nerve to buck out. That's the reason why they didn't come after nobody else, because they feel like they staying in place, they doing what they supposed to. But you who want to get out of line, we're gonna make an example out of you. That's the reason why it really didn't kick no dirt off on nobody else, because these are still viable assets that they have in play. I still need you when this campaign gets up to get your ass on TV and sell whatever. I need you to push whatever. So why dirty you up if I still got assets in play? But you who decide to run your mouth, you're going to be a problem. That's the same thing with the Epstein stuff. The reason why none of those people came out on the Epstein list, because those assets are still in play. I can throw out Bill Richardson's name because he's no longer in politics. I can throw out Bill Clinton's name because he's no longer in politics. I can throw out assets I'm not using anymore. I can get rid of Epstein because now he's basically blown his cover. So now we got to disavow. We got to disavow and move on to our next asset, who's going to just step into his spot. But in fact, let me pull it up. That Diageo company, if I'm saying it right, man, this thing is working like.
Is it Diogo? Is it Diageo? Would it be Diageo or Dia? I don't know how to pronounce it. Is the accent on the I or the A? Because I know it's Hispanic or Spanish.
Diageo. Let's see.
Is it Diageo? Because I want to know who this Brent Hoken is. Because I've been trying to figure out who this motherfucker is. Because He went from having a liquor company with Diddy to turning around and having a liquor company with Drake this year. He. So who is this Brian? I want to know who. Oh, excuse me, Brent. Excuse me, not Brian. Brent Hockey.
While the company is publicly traded, the key shareholders include institutional investors like Vanguard Group, BlackRock.
Mm-hmm.
Now you see what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Now what they did is leadership. Deborah Crew is the current CEO of Diageo. She took over from Ivan Menendez in 2023. So they throw these other people out there, but when it comes back to it, this is owned by BlackRock and Vanguard. Who owns BlackRock and Vanguard?
Hello. Ain't that old boy with the goddamn the tech boy out west?
That's the CEO of BlackRock. Larry Fink.
That nigga was born in 88 and looks like that?
No, that's how long he's been CEO.
Oh, I was about to say there is no way this motherfucker was born in 88 and looked like that, Marcus.
He's born in 52.
Oh, okay, that's a lot better.
Now, CEO of Vanguard Group.
And Goldman Sachs.
Salim Ramaji. That's who's over Vanguard right now. Now, have you noticed which country has been the number one supporter of Israel outside of Israel and the United States? Now, I'm talking about just social media. Social media, the people who have been pushing and backing Israel the most.
As far as like help these motherfuckers?
Yep. I'm not talking about as far as weapons and stuff. I'm talking about social media.
Let me see. I can't get off of how much we dick ride them so much. That's why I be trying to like. Are you sure it's not just us?
We gotta look at somebody else. Outside, in fact, Silicon Valley. Who are the number one group of people who are involved in Silicon Valley?
Oh, Indians.
Now you look online. One of Israel's biggest supporters are Indians.
I thought that too, Ladarius. I thought it was France too, because they be wishy-washy. I don't like neutral people, and France always been a neutral party. They get on
France is irrelevant, and I'll tell you why France is irrelevant. France only goes to pick on African nations.
Thank you.
that's what.
Go home and hide their fucking hand, punk ass.
Now, when it comes to NATO, all of these European powers are going to sit there and back whatever the U.S. and Britain says. So all the other people, they don't even really matter in this. So now let's get back to it. He pissed off Larry Fink. So that's what I say.
Okay, and that's another thing. So Marcus, that's why I'm saying that's why it's gotta be. It don't gotta be. I take that back. I need to stop being so definitive and cut dry black and white. But hear me out, bro. You not telling me that these Mexicans and they were only making. You not telling me it was just tequila, bro. It cannot be just tequila, bro.
No, it's not. But what I'm saying is they're not major players in this. They're employees.
Oh, yes.
That's what I'm saying. They're employees. So they don't. As you work up this pyramid, you got certain people are managerial level. I don't think that that's who like because people focus on the tequila company. You got to look at who the parent companies are. The parent companies are the ones who really do things. They're the ones who really get upset because what happens when you at work and you get major static? All right, look, I'm gonna take you to the boss. You want to go talk to my manager, and then that manager can't handle it. It just keeps escalating up the levels, and then eventually you're not even dealing with it. You pass it off. You on to the next thing.
Yeah. Because the CEO that made a decision
Yes.
slide you the fuck out. They already scrubbing you out at the top. Like he causing us issues. We'll get him
Yeah.
out of here.
And
you're
that's what
absolutely
it
right.
is. The person at the desk was like, sir, this, and this. And he, motherfucker, I don't care. You gonna, he like, sir, I here, let me put you in touch with our manager. Transferred. Now the manager's like, sir, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Combs, this and that. And they're like, nah, you motherfuckers are gonna blah, 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 blah. You gonna do it. And they're like, whoa.
Hold that thought. They said, hold that thought.
And then somebody goes tap somebody in the boardroom on the shoulder. It's like, sir, we have a problem over here.
We'll get rid of it.
Yeah, get rid of it. It's like, well, sir, but we can't. And then he comes in there and he's like, you guys have brought me out of this investor meeting with blah, 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 blah to deal with what? And then he's like, okay, I got something for you. And then he goes back to Lucian. And it's like,
get your boy.
You told me this guy wasn't going to be a problem. Why am I dealing with this? Why am I being interrupted?
Well, he hasn't been a problem this long.
Exactly. And that's what comes in. Well, he hasn't been a problem. Well, wait a minute. Didn't we get rid of this one case that he had? Didn't we get rid of that over there? All the stuff we've done for this guy, and he's still running his damn mouth. That's what happened to Diddy. Diddy start forgetting that, wait a minute, I'm not clean. I got all kind of dirt out there. And they're like, you know what? What we're going to do, we're going to walk his ass for a minute. We're going to dog walk the hell out of him to remind him who
others.
Well, yeah.
Keep in mind, they brushed up against Jay-Z to let him know you better stay in your fucking place.
I honestly believe that this message is more for Jay-Z than anybody.
Yes. Diddy's too old to be doing this. He hasn't dropped an artist in years. He hasn't been connected to shit in years. That's why I was always like, Diddy? Why him?
Diddy's money's coming from residuals.
Yes. And them life insurance policies from all them artists.
Well, that, and I mean, he's making so much money off of stuff that people don't even realize he's making money off of still. Every time you hear Diddy, every time you hear Biggie, Faith, any bad boy artist playing on repeat on the radio stations, that's chips coming his way.
Yep.
You factor in the literal tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of radio station that plays anything having to do with Diddy. Anybody who wearing some old Sean John, anytime his stuff is in syndication on TV, and then factor in how much money that when you get to that level, you start investing in stuff. So all his investments that he's putting in on the stock market, that's how they get to a billionaire status.
And not to mention, they froze all his shit. So I know he was sick as fuck. He didn't think that white people could do that. He didn't think that white people could do that.
You think about it. Think about it. A cartel ain't freezing your stuff.
No, they tried to kill him. Did you hear about that part? That's how I knew. Okay, the only reason why I say the cartel was involved is because niggas did come over for Diddy when his Miami crib got raided. There's an article about how a dude, there was like multiple dudes came over, but one dude tried to file a lawsuit against Diddy.
Those are warnings. That if they want
cartel dude too.
If they want to get you God, you get God. Period.
Yeah, you do. You do. Cartel would have had his hands in a bucket.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I didn't buy none of the whole Trump assassination stuff. I didn't buy not a lick of that.
Man, that man got hit in the ear.
I don't even believe he got hit in the ear.
I don't think either. I think that was just a red Band-Aid.
I think that dude literally popped down while he's down, bust a dye packet. That's the reason why the blood is coming down his face like that. So when he's standing up, it's trickling this way. So none of it bled while he was standing up because I mean,
bad acting.
I shouldn't have to explain this to anybody. I'm pretty sure we've all had some kind of injury, just even a simple injury where you bled. The blood don't literally just be waiting, especially on something like that. Also, the damage. I heard somebody try to say, "Oh well, you could tell that he has new skin on." Man, don't tell me that.
How can I tell that?
Well,
ain't that close to that man. I'm never gonna get that close to Trump to see his fucking beard.
But still, here's the thing: if you look at that same video, if you got new skin there, why do you got the same sunspots right next to it?
Ooh.
So what it is there's a lot of cope out here. There's a lot of people who they don't want to be honest with what's really going on, and they would prefer to double down than to just be honest about what the hell they seeing. Yeah, exactly. This right here, Chris. This is what it's about. This is why they back Israel so hard, because they hate Muslims.
What the fuck?
Oh, you don't know?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Two things. One, abundance protocol. I don't know if it's the breaking down of a corrupt system, but I do understand where you might think it's starting because of how visible and how open. But still, it's only what they want us to see. Keep that in mind. They have given us more, but they filled in the more with bullshit. So it's like they give you 2 slices of bread and then it's like a shit sandwich. Because like the first part might be true, the last part might be true, but all the shit in the middle is just fuckery. It doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's what they want us to believe, to stir us, to put us in whatever situation. It's the motherfuckers that think outside the box that got to know that this is bullshit, and then you might be able to find the real truth behind it. But there are just going to be certain things that they will just never let, you know, like obviously there's going to be things that just never let us know the 100% truth. They're never going to tell us the truth. They may give us 20% with our 10% piece of bread, but they understand that it's more open, it's more visible. Internet is instantaneous, Instagram, videos, stuff like that. Yeah, that's it. But they still gonna figure out how to fucking maneuver it or manipulate it, which is why AI is so prominent right now, because they were like, shit, we let them get too much. Now we gotta fuck it up. So then they just put poop in our pool. Part 2. When the fuck did Indians hate Iranians? I never knew this.
Oh yeah.
What? I thought they were like peace and love, kumbaya as
No. Think about it.
Eaters.
Think about it. Who is India's neighbor right next to him?
Russia or China?
No, another neighbor.
Hold on. Which nigga? I don't. Goddamn, you got me doing geography class right now. Hold
Pakistan.
on. Okay, India. Oh, right here, and then the cusp is like, yeah, because Dubai and Saudi Arabia and stuff is right there in that cusp.
You got India and Pakistan. India and Pakistan has almost went to war a couple of times. Two nuclear power states have almost went to war. They hate each other with a passion. If you think of the show Hotel Mumbai, the movie Hotel Mumbai, that's a true story about Pakistani terrorists running up in an Indian hotel, taking people as hostage. Giant terrorist attack.
Okay, I'm late to the party. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I honestly, for the longest time, I ain't gonna hold you, I am so uneducated in this department as far as when it comes to like Middle Easterns and their issues. I didn't even know India had beef with people. I just thought they were like just so quiet.
Oh, no.
I honestly thought they were some quiet niggas, to be honest, because I ain't never really heard India in no issue. I mean, tsunamis, you know, God don't really like India. They be trying to wipe them off the planet like everybody else, but that's all I ever heard was natural disasters, wild weather, and Hinduism.
India got 2 people that they hate more than anybody, and they're their neighbors. They hate the Pakistanis and they hate Chinese.
That's insane.
They literally have a war right now going on with China.
What? Now, what? These niggas is at war? No, I've never.
But hear me out. They've made a pact that they cannot use lethal weapons. So on this border that they have, they literally are out there throwing hands, like literally throwing hands and hitting each other with sticks and all that, like literally squabbling on the border.
Ain't he gonna hold you? I'm not picking either side. I really just want to go to the border just to spar with somebody. Like, I really would like to just give some. I would fly my arch nemesis to India and I would stand on China's border just to beat their ass. Oh my God.
Let me see if I can find a video, because they are literally fighting.
What, Chris? See, how the fuck am I missing this? This is so crazy. So you're telling me that there are conservative Hindus, like racist Christians that we
Oh,
have?
yeah.
What the fuck? I thought Hinduism was so peaceful.
Not all of them are Hindus, though.
I know, but Chris said this one. Go get out, check out the Hindu Tiva movement, a hardcore Indian racist movement. That is insane. Yo, you just put me on because this whole time I thought they were Kumbaya Buddhists. Like, you know how Buddhists be? You know what I'm saying? Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, go over there type shit. I was a Buddhist for 3.5 years. So like this whole time, but I was a Japanese Buddhist. But nevertheless, I was a Buddhist for so long and I got along with other Buddhists. And I met a lot of Indian people that were Buddhist and Hindu. And I thought they was in the same club. I didn't think they picked up rocks and beat people.
Let me show you something. Let me show you something real quick.
What? Ladarius, shut the fuck up. Who did? India? Hold up. Y'all got me about to go down a Reddit wormhole. I am sick.
Look.
A fist fight? Oh.
Yeah, that's right. I got the sound off.
चीनी पक्ष को इस तरह के एक्शन के लिए मना किया गया और सीमा पर शांति बनाए रखने के लिए उन्हें कहा गया। इस मुद्दे को चीनी पक्ष के साथ कूटनीतिक स्तर पर भी उठाया गया है।
Okay, let me. Oh, and there goes China back. They're minutes.
That motherfucker funny. He was like, I don't know what they talking about. It's peace over there.
The music, boy, that music make you think like, all right, let's go back and see it again. I'll go back and watch that again from the beginning. Like, look at these dudes.
They are literally in like single file line ready to whoop somebody's ass.
Exactly. Oh, I'm telling you, they hate each other. 24 soldiers killed.
They hate each other. They have an underground fight club.
Yes, I told you, they don't like each other at all. They don't like each other at all, at all. And so, yes.
Yes, Dingo.
Hindavats are Zionists. Many of them are Zionists. And you were seeing the whole tie to what I can't remember what it's called. What is it? Operation 8200 and the whole Indian spy network all over social media, them backing them 100%. They're the biggest backers of Israel online. The Indians. And so it's because of their hatred of not Zionists, their hatred of Muslims. They hate Muslims. And China has the Uyghur population of Muslims who were there. They don't like them. And then it all mainly goes back to a border dispute. When the Europeans went over there and they chopped up the borders, they start talking about, no, this part of the Himalayas is China. And they're like, no, this part of Himalaya is India. And so they've been fighting over that border. And so this has been going on for easily probably 60 years that they've been having these tensions all over the borders.
That's insane. You learn something new every day, guys.
So that's what I'm saying. So when you see all these different people of India that start moving into these tech spots, and because a lot of people were like, well, see, now that Susan Wojcicki, whatever, is out from Twitter, we won't have a ish in charge, so now things will get better. And then the Indian guy hops in there, and now things continue to be the same, if not worse.
Excuse me. That's insane.
And so that you have that same back in Silicon Valley. So the RSS supports Tulsi. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm not talking about the Uyghur. What I was talking about the Uyghur thing is just the fact that they're there. There are actual Uyghurs there.
Uyghurs?
Uyghurs.
Oh, Uyghurs. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying Uyghurs. I was like, there's Uyghurs over
There's
there?
Uyghurs out there too, I'm sure. There's plenty of Uyghurs.
No, I know, but I thought we were like still talking about the people fighting at the border. I was like,
they
got white boys?
What you call, well, actually, they're Chinese, so.
Oh, you can't say that because that sounds like ooh, child. That's
just I can't throw that one together.
Bad Cookie gonna get mad at you. I guess I gotta say it, huh? But Bad Cookie gonna get mad at you, call you racist next. Ain't that a bug that gets stuck on you anyway? A chicker?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can't call Chinese people chickers.
Yeah, they sound like you call them bloodsuckers or something. That is leeching off of our. Oh, let me stop. Because you do got, and the crazy part about it is, I haven't been to China to say, but I've seen a lot of videos of a lot of racist Chinese people, so towards black people. So.
Oh yeah, except unless you're Kanye. Kanye had a great time in China. I don't know how.
I'm pretty sure I was like, still have a great time there.
You want so whenever I think about
so big, you're gonna have probably a mix of everything.
No, I get that, and it sucks. But like the thing that I always think about is I've never in my life thought I want to move to China because I always thought that they were super fucking racist. Like
that's how I view. I mean, so I don't know, and that's just. Maybe fortunate or unfortunate, but that's the kind of impression that I've gotten over a major part of society. And especially if you look at how, like with Hollywood movies and stuff, how they don't want to have certain movies in there, or they don't want movies with black characters and stuff like that. And I don't know.
I mean, no, it's true. It's true, because have you ever seen a Chinese movie with a black lead? No. Have you ever seen a Chinese movie where the female lead gets to get busy with the black guy? No. The only time you get to see cool, well, not cool, but like weird shit to them, weird shit like that is if you go to Japan. Now Japan, kind of cool. They like us.
I look at it as Japan they kind of have a thing against foreigners just in general.
Yeah, they racist all the time. They the type of racist I like to be.
They like
that's my type of racist.
Well, I think what it is from what I've seen, if you're willing to like really be immersed in Japanese culture, and like you come in there and you respect the culture and you do all the right stuff, like, hey, you bow properly and you keep your voice down and you kick your shoes off when you go in places. From what I see from Japan, they seem like, okay, well, they're trying to speak our language a little bit. I'll give them some credit. I'm down with that. But it seemed like China, you can go over to China, try to observe all the customs and cultures and try to learn the language, and you still gonna get called an N-word. So but I don't know. I guess we went down a little bit of a rabbit hole there.
Sorry, we got sidetracked with Indians
but that was, I felt it was important because we had to put that out there. I wonder if this video will play a little bit. I'm gonna try to play a little bit more of this video because now that I've like rebooted everything, it should be better. But let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Because I wanted to show y'all some of the protest stuff that's still going on out here. Now,
okay, Chris.
Let's see. There we go. Let's test it.
I hear what you're saying, Chris.
It could don't like his video or something. Maybe it just don't like his video. Maybe his video is jacking me up.
It is because now the FBI. See, you done brought your FBI agent back from lunch.
Okay, so I kicked it. I restarted it back at the beginning. Why is it? Yeah, it don't like his video. Let's skip ahead. Let's come on. Wow. But anyway, with his video, and so you would be able to see how like the fireworks, like it's literally LA was so smoky. I mean, you couldn't see anything. It was just plumes and clouds of smoke everywhere. And if you guys remember that story I showed you earlier, that was just one house in Southgate. Which that's probably only that house that went down is not super far from me. I mean, it's probably literally like walking distance. Over 25 tons of fireworks just in that one house. That house over in Pacoima that went off. That was a whole chunk. There was a place in Orange County had another couple tons in there. I don't know if this is like I don't understand the underground fireworks market that's going on. And we're not talking about like some little sparklers and stuff. We're talking about pyrotechnics to the level which, you know, Dodger Stadium uses. We're talking about professional grade shit that random ass people have in their house and stored in abundance. Now I don't know where they're getting this shit from. I don't know what's going on, but it was a show like there was actually I wonder if that one news video that I had a news video that showed just like how much explosive I mean, well, when you really think about it, fireworks, especially to that level, are basically explosives. It's a smaller grade, smaller level, like a 1.4, maybe a 1.2, but they are basically explosives. And when I'm talking about 1.1, I mean, sorry, I'm flipping it reverse. The 1.4, 1.3, which are lower grade. 1.4 is lower grade. Like for instance, your what is it called when you get into an accident? Your airbag. Your airbags have a 1.4 explosive in them.
And I broke 2 ribs.
That's how
they were already broken before,
but that's how they inflate so fast. There's an explosion that explodes to make that air fill up instantly.
And them shits can break ribs. They broke 2 of mine that were already semi-broken before, but they broke 2. Ooh, that bulgogi sounds good.
Also, damn it, that's not what I wanted to do. Also, if they don't have if you don't have your seat placement correctly, it can break your nose very, very easily. And it does happen if you're sitting too close.
I sit too close to the fucking steering wheel. That's why I got me dead in my chest.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm short. I mean, you haven't met me yet, Marcus, but I'm small as a bitch. So I gotta be like, I be driving like a grandma. My friends be talking shit, like cash shit about me to my face. At least they do it to my face. And they be like, God damn, you gotta be that close to the steering wheel. I said, do you want to make it to where we're going? All right. There we go. Okay, we gonna make it.
How tall are you?
I am 5'2" and a sneeze.
How tall?
5'2" and a sneeze.
Oh.
That's it.
Yeah, and I'm 6 foot.
Yeah. Niggas, everybody look down on me. I hate him. He's talking about Kung Fu fight down here because Chris said black people be learning Kung Fu in China. I love y'all. Y'all are funny. I love this chat. Did y'all hear about old boy that blew his hand off in LA?
Don't surprise me with the shit out here. Let me see. I got
So
a video, and
this
I'll just keep talking. I'm gonna put it up.
okay.
Keep the sound off.
So this rolling, is he on 40? 40 crit? I think he's 40 crit.
Rolling,
Anyway,
rolling 40s.
yeah, rolling 40 crit. His
Or
name is
rolling,
4
or no, or is
extra.
it rolling 20s? I don't know. I'm not an LA
It's
dude.
rolling. It's 20, 40s, and 60s, but he's a 40.
Okay.
And his name is 4 extra. He be on the Vlad TV show or whatever, right? And his whole thing is about how he likes to fight people. He has hands. Now that nigga has hand because he blew his fucking hand off on 4th of July with a goddamn M80.
Dumbass.
Why? Why would you do that? You dumb bitch. Oh my god! And there's pictures of his hand blown the fuck off. So, and it's funny because at first I thought it might have been like Photoshop or fake or whatever have you, but I seen the video of him holding the M80 saying I'm finna blow a nigga up, right? He had 2 M80s in his hand. I looked at his shoes. He had all white Air Force Ones on, fresh, clean, beautiful. I went back to the picture of his hand blown the hell off, and sure enough, same fresh ass white Air Force Ones. I said, damn, that shit real. Don't play with fireworks, guys. Especially the ones that the government gives you.
Why is this shit so grainy? Come on.
Hey, I spent 4th of July in LA once. And when I tell y'all have one of the wildest illegal fireworks shows of my life.
Like, oh, there it is. Is it cleared up now? This is what you see just coming out of people. Like, people are just popping this shit on their streets. Like, you hear fireworks is like literally sometimes like shaking whole houses. Like, look at that. You see how cloudy that is? Like, the whole sky gets like completely cloudy. It's not even safe to drive out on the streets because it gets so cloudy you can't even see down the streets. And I mean, it's like block.
I feel sad. I feel so sad for the animals of LA.
Oh yeah,
homeless animals. Bless their hearts.
I wonder how many people are gonna love to hear those sounds when they're real. Yeah, it's over the top, and out of all the places I've lived, this is probably the most over the top. What the hell did my screen stretch out like that? So let me close that out. But all right, so done with that one. Oh, that's right. We got to get to the other fireworks thing. That's what I was gonna. In that video, another reason why I wanted to show it showed the fireworks and stuff, but it also showed protests, and it showed how the LAPD was actually moving out. And the reason why I wanted to show that is because it showed how the stuff that I was trying to show y'all, but it didn't come across as clear. And when you're there filming it, you can't necessarily tell, especially when you're doing it on your phone, you can't tell how clear it actually is. But like this showed how you can see the legions of police officers like 30 deep on one street and then 30 deep on the next one. And with the batons and everything and how they just come at you all of a sudden. They don't be like, hey, back up. They just start moving. And you know, people get knocked down and stuff like that, and they're hitting them with batons like, get up, move, move, move. And it's
but
like,
I can't move when you beating me to the ground.
Exactly. You're beating me on the ground. I'm trying to get up. No, we haven't went over the bill yet, but we're about to go over it. That's the last thing that I wanted to talk about. But I wanted to show that video. Apologies that I wasn't able to share that. But let's get into Trump's bill.
Okay.
Like I said, for those who did not hear earlier, what I said is I'm probably about
9 hours.
2/3 of the way through it. 9 hours. of listening to the audio on it and reading and following along. And Till, I'll hand it off to you. What's some of the things that you've noticed or heard about this bill so far?
Okay, outside of the things that everybody has heard, the I guess maybe the ones that bother me the most or that might affect me is I'm currently on Medicaid because I'm an entrepreneur. I be lying, allegedly. I be lying about what I make as far as funds, so I can get Medicaid. So I have insurance, so I don't have to pay for my own because it's expensive as fuck to get your own insurance as an entrepreneur. It's fucking. And y'all think y'all premiums be expensive when y'all work with a company? Y'all be griping about what they taking out your check. Then think about what they taking out your bank. Fuck the check. Leave that shit don't even come to you. Shit, they take that shit out my bank. I couldn't do that after that. So the Medicaid part was terrible. The snaps part, the food stamp part, that was terrible. And even I started reading the breakdown about some of it. Like they're saying, like able-bodied people that are on Medicaid have to prove that they are seeking 40 hours a week. Like they have to prove that they're doing something for 40 hours a week to get this Medicaid. And I'm like, okay, so veterans that are paralyzed that have to use Medicaid to continue to live off their lives, granted they can use the VA, but there are so many times when the VA fucking tells y'all niggas to go find a different fucking provider and they don't cover that shit. So they make you get the Medicaid, and then you can't use the Medicaid because you got to go tell these niggas that you working 40 hours a week, but you can't work 40 hours a week because if you lose your disability, then you're really fucking fucked. So that's a loophole. I think that that's some bullshit. They may have broken it down. I don't know if you got into that part yet, the Medicaid part, Marcus. But from outside looking in, and with the logic that I have, it does not seem feasible for y'all to take this Medicaid or put these stipulations on Medicaid, stating that these people that are now utilizing it have to show you they can do 40 hours a week. And the criteria for able body is crazy. That's the other part. They talk about having to be able-bodied. You have to be able-bodied between the ages of 19 and 64. But the criteria as able-bodied is wild as bitch because you really need to fucking file for disability if you really need to get your Medicaid. And then the disability part, yes, Chris. Oh my fucking God. And they band their little wheelchairs together. My mom was a paraplegic. So that shit pissed me off, okay? So you're telling me that the criteria that you have for able-bodied people is flawed. The disability application system is flawed, especially if you have mental health issues. So it's all fucked as far as Medicaid. The Medicaid portion is probably the part that pisses me off the most. Being that I'm a recipient, my mother was a recipient, my mother served this country, my mother was treated like shit as a veteran, and that shit bothered the fuck out of me still to this day. And it's wild. Yeah, the government doesn't give a fuck about disabled people, and they definitely don't give a fuck about the disabled people they make, because they are the ones creating them. Like they do not give a fuck about the disabled people that they make. And I'm very passionate when it comes to veterans and disabled veterans and having to get the care that they need. Because I don't understand why y'all have to go through so many motherfucking doctor's appointments to be proved that you are disabled. Fuck that. You serve this country. You seen shit that normal humans didn't have to see, and y'all signed up to go see that shit. I don't give a damn. I don't care if you had to see a turtle get crushed by a motherfucking tank. That bothered you on that Tuesday. I believe you deserve a check. Period. That's how I feel. You sign your life over to serve a fucking country that's gonna dick you when you get back home. Bitch, you deserve whatever check you deserve to get, goddammit. I don't care. I don't even care if you didn't even see wartime. I don't give a fuck if you was a pencil pusher for the fucking Air Force. The fact that you jeopardized your life for a second and signed it over on a piece of fucking paper to cover these fucking bum ass crackers sitting here trying to take y'all shit, you goddamn right I think y'all deserve everything. And I will die on that fucking hill. I will always die on the black people hill, but all in all, when it comes to me, I will die on the veterans hill with y'all because that's some fucking bullshit. I'm sorry. Any fucking person that watches our show that's a veteran, I am so sorry that these fucking crackers that ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of and 2 fucking nickels to rub together to get 10 cents in their fucking brain are representing y'all. I am so sorry. I am so sorry these are the motherfuckers that are taking your shit away but still trying to pack up your children to go fight a fucking war that ain't got shit to do with us because we can't mind our motherfucking business. I am so sorry. So That's my beginning take on this fucking bill because this shit got me fired up. I did so much research, Marcus. I was ready to pop my shit about this.
Good. I'm glad.
Second,
Because I had a lot that I wanted to say also, in what I saw. And so I guess I'll read a little bit on this so that way you can go into it and you can react a little bit. Also to what's said in here, if it goes over anything that, we didn't already talk about or that you didn't already talk about. Let me just fucking close that.
and I don't know if y'all know this while he's finding it, along with the Medicaid cuts, okay, do y'all understand that this is now cutting hospitals? They are fucking putting so much money in these privatized businesses. I didn't even know ambulances were private until I moved to Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Because in Virginia, we don't have that in Virginia. We're a Commonwealth.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? We don't have private ambulances. Or ambulances. Sorry, I be country sometimes. Ambulance. We don't got private ones. They got it. They come with the state. You get an ambulance, a fire truck, and a cop car. And they all in your county. You know what I'm saying? It's all state and county ran out here. We do not have nobody can make extra bread spread off of you almost dying. When I got to fucking Vegas and I was like, oh my God, look at that pink ambulance. That is so wild. And they was like, oh yeah, that's a private ambulance. And I was like, really? Then I started seeing the yellow ones. Then I see a state one. You know what I'm saying? But you want to know which ones I saw the most? Them pink ones. Them motherfucking pink ones. And they can charge you whatever the fuck they want to charge you. Then understand that if they're private, there's a private hospital. Okay, that's no longer going to get federal funding. I mean, that's going to get all the funding. Excuse me, that's going to get all the federal funding because the fucking state hospitals, the one that take the Medicaid, they're going to get billed for all these Medicaid charges because now they're going to take the brunt of the fucking bills. Now they're going to charge these hospitals, so the government ain't got to pay the shit no more because they some hoes. All them hospitals going to shut down. The hospital that your kid probably got birthed in 10 years, that bitch going to be gone.
Mm-hmm.
The hospital that I was birthed in, that bitch gone. You get what I'm saying? Like, sorry, go ahead. You're next.
No. You're right. I'm not hating on. Hey, this is definitely going to be an emotional topic for a whole lot of people.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Rondo. 675 in Virginia. In my city, my fucking hospital is 3 streets over. I live in a fucking small ass city. I can see the backside of that bitch if I spit hard type shit. It's a mile point. It's like it's 1.7 miles away from my house. 675 every time my mom had to call the ambulance to come get her. 675, my guy. You know who took that hit? Medicaid. Medicaid took the hit.
Mm-hmm. Now it's not going to be taking the hit.
Now it's not going to be fucking taking the hit. That's insane. And the hospital going to charge you for it. And you think they not going to have this bill on the top of your head every time you go back to that hospital? You know you owe us $23,464.73.
Mm-hmm.
I already had a doctor ask me in the hospital if I had fucking insurance. That motherfucker pressed on my neck, told me he couldn't feel the big ass fucking tumor that was in my neck that I ended up getting removed 2 months later. He said he couldn't fucking feel it and then proceeded to leave out the room and said, but you got insurance, right? I guess we can give you a CAT scan to see. You guess, bitch? The doctors are not gonna fucking want to be doctors no more because it's not lucrative for them to get fucking paid. Your health care is gonna go. You think it's shit now? Boy, I literally had an allergic reaction 2 weeks ago. I couldn't do the fuck. I'm sorry, I'm going in too. I had an allergic reaction 2 weeks ago and I couldn't fucking see. My entire fucking face was swollen at the eyes. My eyes were shut. I don't know what the fuck it was. I go to the ER because I started not having complications breathing. I go to the fucking ER. This motherfucker doesn't even touch me, y'all. He literally did not touch me. I got my weight, my blood pressure, and my temperature taken. That motherfucker walked in my room and said, yeah, you're going to have to go home and take some Benadryl. What? Yeah, we'll give you a prescription to rub on your eyes, but this is an allergic reaction. So, yeah, just go take some Benadryl and some Pepsid. I didn't even know Pepsid was a fucking allergy medicine. Did y'all?
No.
Thank you. It's an antihistamine. Pepsid is an antihistamine. You take that with Benadryl, it'll take all the out. You lick a pecan and you fucking sick, take Pepsid and a fucking Benadryl. It's the same as an EpiPen. Now I know. Now if I ever have to deal with that again, I don't have to go waste my time at the ER because now I'm a fucking doctor. Just come to me. That's how your healthcare gonna be. Come to my house. I'm gonna lick your forehead like Simba and tell you, go get you some Benadryl, a ginger ale, and an aspirin, and you good to go. You better call on your fucking grandmamas and shit now, because these brujas and brujerias and all the priestesses and the herbalists that y'all know, you better get good with them, because those are the bitches that you're gonna have to see. Yes, they're already closing hospitals. Those are the bitches you're gonna have to see after this medication go down the drain, because these doctors ain't fit to be doctors.
Oh, this is a funny one right here. Chris H says, "Damn, y'all are survivors. In Canada, there are crazy people who want U.S. style healthcare. This is what they don't understand about U.S. style healthcare. U.S. healthcare is the best healthcare you can get with a giant asterisk. If you can pay for it. If you got money, you got money, you can get grade A, top of the line, best service worldwide if you can pay for it. And when I say if you can pay for it, like, you got to kind of walk in the hospital and they got to know you dripping with cash. Because then their eyes light up, they see the dollars, and they like, okay, oh yeah, we're gonna make sure. Hey, get the doctor. Which doctor? Dr. Smith. Well, he's on the golf course right now. He just get his ass in here right now. That's how it works. They're gonna get you. They're gonna take care of you if you got deep pockets. If you don't got deep pockets, even if you just got good insurance, you're gonna have to fight back and forth with them for them to want to do anything. But let's read a little bit of this. Read just a little bit, so we can set the stage. It says, Washington, President Donald Trump on Friday signed the tax spending bill Republicans muscled through Congress this week, turned it into law by his own self-imposed 4th of July deadline. On nearly 900 pages, the legislation is a sprawling collection of tax breaks, spending cuts, other Republican priorities, including new money for national defense and deportations. Democrats united against the legislation, but were powerless to stop it as long as Republicans stayed united. The Senate passed the bill Tuesday with J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, casting the tie-breaking vote. The House passed an earlier iteration of the bill in May with just one vote to spare. It passed the final version Thursday, 218 to 214. Here's the latest on what's in the bill and when some of its provisions go into effect. The bill includes reductions for businesses and new tax breaks. Republicans say the bill is crucial because there would be a massive tax increase after December, when tax breaks from Trump's first term expire. The legislation contains about $4.5 trillion in tax cuts. Existing tax rates and brackets would become permanent under the bill, solidifying the tax cuts approved in Trump's first term. It temporarily would add new tax deductions on tip, overtime, and auto loans. There's also 6,000 deductions for older adults who earn no more than $75,000 a year. A nod to his pledge to end taxes on Social Security benefits. Now, before I go any further with that, let me say a little something before I go any further. This whole tax on where'd it go? The tax, the new it temporarily would add new tax deductions on tips. Well, here's something about that. That means that all of those people who take those tips under the table, you need to claim your tips. So you need to put all your tips on the WD. I'm saying the WD, not whatever your tax bill is. I'm blanking on the actual term, but
your I-9 and shit. You gotta
I-9, 1040, 1030, whatever you use.
But yeah, that's what it is. Your 1040 when you file your taxes, you got to put your you got to claim all that money.
Yeah. So whatever you own, 50C1, whatever 50C3, whatever you own, you have to claim all of that. And a lot of people who claim their tips, they don't claim those anyway, except for the ones which actually somebody pays through a card, which that is going to be already on there. But I honestly think a lot of those people who get cash tips, is better to just not even say anything about that. And so where that will help you a little bit is temporarily people will get a little bit of extra money on those tips because they won't be taxed. Now, it did have some good stuff in there for auto loans. Because I'm going to be fair about it. I'm going to tell you all the bullshit, and I'm going to tell you the good shit. There is some stuff in there that will work out to help people. But when you weigh out the stuff that's going to help people versus the shit that's going to hurt people,
But
there's where the rub comes in.
but Marcus, you about to say something, and I'm about to blow that bitch out the water. Go ahead and talk about the auto loans, because I was waiting for somebody to be like, but the auto loan part, man, fuck that. They want you to get an auto loan on a fucking Ford. That bitch gonna break down.
That's what I
You
was
gonna
gonna
pay
say.
more to get that bitch fixed than the fucking loan.
The auto loan works as long as it's a part which qualifies as far as the cars you're supposed to get the loan on. That means a car that is, for the most part, built in America. So that means, I believe the ratio was like over 85% of the parts have to be American made or American assembled. So what that means is you're basically stuck to some of the Dodges, a big chunk of the Fords, some Chevys, some of the Cadillacs, and this auto loan is exemption for anything that's a luxury car. So if you want to go out there and go get you a Camaro or something like that, no, that doesn't apply. If you want to go out there and go get you a Corvette, that doesn't apply. You want to go get like a Shelby Mustang, no, that's not going to apply. So any of the cars that will be considered to have, a luxury sports cars, none of those will apply. So what you're basically looking at is, if you want to go out there and go get you
a Chevy Cruze,
a Ford Fusion, yeah, go out there and go get you a Ford Fusion. You might be, hey, you go get a Dodge Charger. How many problems are these things having? So
that's what I'm saying. I want a fucking Durango so bad. I love a Durango. Okay, that is like that's my sports car. If I ever race cars, I'd race a Durango. I don't know why I love them, but they shitty as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Shitty ass cars. But God, I want that bitch. But I know it's gonna be nothing but headache and problems.
You probably can get a Jeep Wrangler and be all right, but if you go get a Jeep Cherokee,
they're trash.
They're all trash.
Yeah, and not even the Wranglers, bro. The Wranglers are so fucking basic, bro. It's literally like a fucking Matchbox car. You get the radio with knobs.
I'm talking about the fully loaded, which that sucker is still gonna be crispy as hell, even if you do get the phone.
Shit.
So you're only gonna have a handful of like cars that I would consider decent quality cars. Trying to remember who makes Denali.
GMC.
GMC. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can go get you a GMC Denali, but okay. Are you about to spend more than 6 figures for this vehicle?
Ooh.
That's what I'm saying. So there's only a handful of vehicles that you can get with this loan.
Mm-hmm.
There's
hey,
also
Rondo, I'm rebuilding the 71 Super Beetle. I'm gonna have that bitch back. Okay, they gonna have me playing the Hail Hitler song when I drive down the street when I'm done.
Oh Lord.
I'm bringing my Volkswagen back to life, bro. Like, I'm not dealing with these high priced ass cars.
Now
I'm just gonna rebuild my shit.
For people who have kids, there are some exemptions that are going to come into play that'll give you a little bit of extra money in the pocket if you have a kid. But on the other side of that, if you are getting any kind of SNAP or any of that stuff like that, there's going to be work requirements and stuff. So if you are working, the threshold also for you to get those are lower. So I don't get it. So basically, they want you to be working in order to get these benefits. But if you are working to the level which they say you need to work towards to get these benefits, you now are going to be making too much to receive those benefits.
Sorry, I'm trying to find us a good soundboard. I need these soundboards. This is the topic where we needed this fucking
I got it. I just got to figure out how to work this damn thing.
All right, we're gonna get our soundboard together because we need these motherfuckers together.
I mean, and if you want to get one too, hell yeah, more power.
Hell yeah, I'm about to get one.
That way you can add in different sounds too.
Yoda said not the Hail Hitler song. You know they fit to play that shit in my city.
It's like it says it would boost the 2,000 child tax credit to 2,200. So yay, you'll get an extra $200.
Oh wow, you know what that is? Nothing. That's
Yeah, to parents, I'm
that are losing their snaps.
Like this extra $200 for is not going to do much. And if you're a family which depended on SNAP or WIC or you depended on Section 8 or any of that, this extra $200 ain't gonna matter if you lose all that other stuff. I mean, it's gonna be like, hey, here's a couple of pennies. Let's see, a cap on state and local deductions called SALT. Now this will help for people who live in like California and New York, where it's super expensive. Now, I don't think it's gonna help somebody like me because even with the SALT going up, everything is still too expensive for me to own anyway. So it's only the people who are making, I want to say, like 150,000 that they're going to actually be able to really benefit from this shit. So it says a cap on state and local deductions called SALT will quadruple to 40,000 for 5 years. It's a provision important to New York and other high tax states, though the House wanted it to last for 10 years. There are scores of business-related tax cuts, including allowing businesses to immediately write off 100% of cost, equipment, and research. Proponents say this will boost economic growth. That will help. That'll definitely help small businesses, but that's also going to help larger businesses. And those larger businesses, by having that boost in help, will allow them to basically phase out these smaller businesses. So it is very interesting. The wealthiest households will see a 12,000 increase from the legislation, and when I say the wealthiest households, that's really not talking about the wealthiest households. That's talking about the people who are over $1 million a year. Now, as you keep creeping up, that number goes higher than 12,000. There's some people who are going to be getting 120,000 or more. And the bill would cost the poorest people $1,600 a year, mainly due to reductions in Medicaid and food aid, according to the nonpartisan CBO analysis of the House's version. This bill will provide some $350 billion for Trump's border and national security agenda, including the U.S.-Mexico border wall, and for 100,000 migrant detention facility beds. And he aims to fulfill his promise of the largest mass deportation operation in the U.S. So you're about to see a bunch of new ICE agents all over the place. And some of these people are actually not ICE agents per se. They're deputized. They
just some crackers that really don't like colored people.
If y'all want to know why a lot of these people are masked up, who are coming into the so-called ICE agents, I saw this video that came out, and this was about maybe 6 months ago. And I won't waste the time trying to show the video, but
hey, yo, Chamonique, you funny. Hey, you funny. I like Chamonique. The La Boo Boo doll, that fucking demonic ass doll that's on the interwebs right now.
Oh, everybody want that damn La Boo Boo doll or whatever. But anyway, what this will the reason why a lot of these so-called ICE agents are masked up is they're not actually ICE agents. They're contracted out. A lot of these are bounty hunters.
It's just so sad.
And they've contracted bounty hunters who are coming from other states to come into your state and be a bounty hunter for ICE. So if you want to know why they're all masked up and stuff, that's why.
You still calling him a president, Rondo? He's trying to show you that he's the most American dictator ever.
Yeah, this dude.
He on it.
But so The budget for ICE is actually going to be more than the budget for the Marine Corps.
Jesus Christ.
That's the first time ever. They will literally get more than the Marine Corps gets.
That's so sad. Why they just
I think I heard something about over 400 I think it was over 400 million.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's insane, bro.
No, sorry, not million. 400 billion. Over 400
That's
billion
crazy.
That's how much.
Yes, Rondo.
And when we talk about like this 350 that they're talking about, some of that is going to go towards actually constructing the wall. Some of that is going to go towards facial recognition software that's going to be used on the border. Some of that's going to go to drones, all kind of stuff. It's going to get real dystopian looking around here real quick. Yeah. It's just going to really start looking like a police state. I remember before during Obama's time, I was seeing all these videos come out and people were talking about, look at all these facilities that they're building up. And this is because Obama wants to round up, us conservatives, and he's going to start coming after. It comes to find out that what those were for, it turns out that Republicans are using these as far as the ICE facilities. That's what all those things were that we were showing, that people were showing for all these years. That Republicans were planning to use these to round up as many undocumented people as possible. That's what they were for. And I would also say that we're going to start seeing any kind of dissidence. So as much as conservatives thought this was coming to round them up, it's actually going to be used to round up anybody who's kind of socialist or communist, anybody to the left. Those are the people who are going to be getting rounded up. Any kind of people who are more on the independent side, who call out both sides of the government, any kind of dissidents. These are the people who are going to be rounded up and going into these same facilities. Just like Bukele, it was talking about, yeah, we'll take it, whoever you got. Trump already leaked it out where he started talking about, some of these people we might need to get out of here. Maybe they were always here. Maybe some of these people who are citizens, maybe we just need to get them out of the country. Like, whoa, wait a minute. I get that there are people who are committing crimes, American citizens. That's what jails are for. You don't start deporting American citizens to God knows where because you don't feel you have enough space. Like that's, what are we doing? Like now you're truly infringing on people's rights. Even criminals have a certain amount of rights. Okay, yeah, you're gonna lock me up. You gotta lock me up. I get my meals. You gotta take care of my health care. Yeah. Now we're starting to get into dictator outside of American ways of doing things. And I don't know. I just tell people this next 3 years is about to be crazy.
Yona. Okay, hold on. So thank you for saying the next 3 years are going to be crazy, because I didn't think he would move this fast, but I knew he was going to move fast. Yona, when you talk about Alligator Auschwitz, okay, hold that thought, because that's not the name of it. It's Alligator Alcatraz, but I've seen it places where it said Alligator Auschwitz.
Mm-hmm.
So is that like the hee hee ha ha like equivalent? Because on the sign it says Alligator Alcatraz, but it makes me feel like they just changed that name because Auschwitz was like, whoa.
Mm-hmm.
But I've seen it named Alligator Auschwitz for real, not even on some joking shit, but like for real. Thank you. It is both. Okay, we're gonna talk about that because I wanted to bring that up before the end of the show. But go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good article because it does have a whole lot in there, but I'm going to go into some of the stuff that it doesn't have in here too. But I just want to read what they got. And I know normally I don't read these articles completely. I'll read a portion until you guys are going in and check it out. But for this one, we're going to sit here and we're going to read through some of this because it's a good article. Money would go for hiring 10,000 new immigration and custom enforcement agents with 10,000 sign-in bonuses and a surge of Border Patrol officers as well. The goal is to deport some 1 million people per year. To help pay for it, Immigrants would face various new fees, including when seeking asylum protections. For the Pentagon, the bill would provide billions for shipbuilding, munitions. Okay, before I skip to that, because that's a different section. They also plan on making more and more fees and cutting down response times on applying for asylum. So before you would apply for asylum, they would set you a court date. If it didn't go your way, you had appeals. They're trying to streamline all that down. So I say no, done, out of the way, next. They're not trying to make more judges, but they're trying to find ways to streamline the process of saying no and getting you up out of here. And just like we saw with what was that, Abrego Garcia, there's not going to be a recourse or appeal if they found wrongly. If they grabbed you and you weren't the right person, because especially within the Hispanic community, there are going to be a whole lot of people with very similar names. Sometimes same name. I mean, you might have a name like Abrego Kilmar is going to be, a unique type of name. But how many people that you're going to have where it's just going to be simply like a Juan Gonzalez? That's going to be probably a very, very generalized typical name. Maria Santos. There's going to be a whole lot of people with that same similar name. And so the possibility that they got this other Maria who, okay, maybe she's undocumented, and then you got this other Maria who she came in and she's a naturalized citizen, and then you got this other Maria who she was born here. Now it's going to be conflating all of these different people together, and some of these people are going to be snatched out of here who are citizens and getting deported. Sometimes the countries they've never even been to.
They already got they already done arrested a natural citizen this week.
Oh, well, they were already doing that. I mean, there's plenty of Native Americans who have been getting rounded up in these raids. There have been, for instance, Puerto Ricans. Puerto Ricans have citizenship. They're American citizens. So what do you mean deport them?
To the island of Puerto Rico? Like what? That doesn't make sense.
I mean, but if that was the case, that doesn't make sense. But at least that would make some sense. But no, they're going to be deporting them to El Salvador. They're going to be building up like Bukele. There's going to be more, facilities like that are going to be propping up. That they're going to be building basically detention centers or concentration camps. They're going to be building up more of these and just shipping random people everywhere. It's going to be chaotic because sometimes when you listen to Trump, sometimes he will tell you the truth, and it's kind of people take it as a throwaway line. When he said Stephen Miller, if it was up to him, he would have this whole country looking just like him. Well, it is up to Stephen Miller. This is Stephen Miller who is heading this up. So what do you think he about to do? He about to make good on his word about trying to get rid of as many people who don't look like him. And then for a lot of, and I'm gonna put this out there to the Black people in the audience also. They found there was a story that came out about Haitian migrants, some of them getting paperwork to make it look like they were born here, like Black Americans. So some Black Americans might get swept up in this, and that you're Haitian, claim that you're Nigerian, and boot you out of here. I mean, I know I brought up about the criminals, people who have committed a crime or been convicted of a crime, that they're going to take you out of prison cells and want to ship you out. But there's going to be some Black people who are just going to work, born and bred here, go back 4, 5, 6, go all the way back to the 1600s. And are going to get booted away to some place in Nigeria or Chad or Libya or God knows where. That's a real threat that you need to worry about with these jackbooted thugs. This is because if you really look at it, I know I say Trump, people say MAGA, but this has been the agenda of people long before Trump. I said this in a TikTok video that I did earlier today. I said Trump agenda is the same agenda that Bush had. It's the same agenda that Bush Sr. had. It's the same agenda Reagan had until he did the amnesty and just kind of threw his hands up. The same agenda Nixon. The Republicans have not changed. It's just Trump is doing it with more of a harsh hand, and he's doing it a lot more recklessly. Whereas before they would try to, okay, all right, I see you're an American. Okay, we'll chill out. They're like, no, if I even think you're undocumented, you're getting the fuck out of here. They're not trying to double check anything. This is the shoot first, ask questions later administration. So keep all that in mind on this. It might not be in your yard right now, but that don't mean that it won't. Think of it like a tornado. For somebody who grew up in Tornado Alley, I can vision this very, very well. I know people who lived in storm areas. You got a hurricane. Hurricanes kind of coming, and okay, it might make some changes and turns.
But Tornado Alley is back to back to back to back to back to back to back.
How a tornado happens is, oh, it's here, it's there, it's there, it's here, it's there. A tornado's unpredictable. Once it's on the ground, you don't know where it's going to go. And this is how we need to look at and think of this situation. It's over there bothering those people right now, but you don't know how long it'll take before it's in your front yard. So I say be very vigilant on how this shit goes. Because I wouldn't be surprised in conjunction with that, you start seeing stop and frisk. Once you see start frisk come back in, well, wait a minute. Look
Well,
at
they already
that
that new no hands law in your car. That's your probable cause. That's your stop and frisk shit.
But look at
Get
it.
you while you're driving.
When this man basically has the Supreme Court on his side for all this, there's no stopgap. One of the things that he's actually put in here is that he can ignore the Supreme Court for at least a year. That's in there. That just got signed into law.
I can ignore the Supreme Court for a year.
Yes.
That's insane. Fuck y'all.
Yeah, I don't think people realize like some of the shit that's actually in here. This thing is scary. This thing is scary. What it gives Trump the ability to kind of really operate however the hell he wants to, and with no pushback. What people are gonna have to do is they literally are gonna have to wait at least another year. A year and a half, actually. A year and a half, what you got to wait. You're going to have to wait until the primaries, until a whole other group of people come in here to pray that this man loses the House so you can have some pushback. Because it's about to get very dystopian. Yes, they want slaves. Man, a lot of these Republicans who sit there and talk about, well, the Democrats were the party of slavery. Yeah, they might have been. But if we look at your policies, why do you support everything the Dixiecrats did?
True.
I'm like, don't try to play this little game of sleight of hand with me. Y'all all still support the same. The Dixiecrats supported states' rights. That's what the Republicans are about. The Dixiecrats supported smaller government. That's what Republicans are about. They supported all these tax cuts. We need to get taxation is theft. The Dixiecrats thought like that. That's the same way the Republicans do. I mean, I could go down the list showing you everything the Dixiecrats supported. The current Republican Party supports it. And then you try to say, no, it's a myth that the party switched. Then why the hell are y'all supporting everything the Dixiecrats did? Down to, even if you look at most of these people who belong to KKK and any of this shit, which party are they? Are they Democrats?
Hell no.
And I'm not even trying to cape. I'm not caping for the Democrats. I'm just trying to prove a fucking point. You motherfuckers are full of shit. You guys know that the party switched. And you guys, now I'm not saying that they on our side either. I'm not saying Democrats on our side. But I'm saying the Democrats are more like, I don't really want to help you. I mean, if I do this and it benefits you, cool. but I'm not really trying to go after you either. I don't really give a shit about you. I mean, I give a shit about you as much as I can benefit from you. The Republicans I fucking hate you.
Out loud too.
That's the difference. One is saying they don't really care about you, and if you get hurt, you do. If you benefit, you okay, cool, whatever. The other one is saying I literally hate you, and I want to make your life miserable.
Okay, so if we gave these words, Democrats are timid racists, Republicans are outright racist. The end.
I mean, I wish I could do the Kahabi face, a little. I don't know.
Yeah, dead ass though, but it's the truth though, because that's all it is. It's just they just don't. And then honestly, this is what I always thought. Okay, if y'all got rid of everybody, then y'all got to go against each other, and y'all gonna figure out how y'all separate white and white. I just want to know. I ain't never seen it, but I just want to know how they do it.
Well, this is something. Let me drop this down real quick. This is something that I brought up. You know, conservatives, they don't think about the fact of there's cause and effect.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want to accept one. They want to act like they want to have everything. Basically, you got to pick and choose. You can't get it both. You can't have it both ways. You can't say I want to deport all these people, but yet I want to keep everything cheap. The moment you start deporting all these people, expect the prices to go up. You can't say I don't want all these people on welfare and abusing the system, but also you don't want to pay nobody no damn money at these jobs. You can't have it both ways. You can't say I want to sit there and I want to eat cookies and creams and cakes and everything all day long and not work out, but I don't want to gain no weight. That don't make no fucking sense, and that's the problem with it. There's no sense being made. Most of these people who live in a lot of these red areas are the ones who are welching off the government the most. If California and New York decided, you know what, we're going to separate ourselves off. We're not sending no more money to the federal government. You will watch all these southern regions who get all of this federal money start to dry up instantly.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're depending on New York and California's GDP. As much as they hate these places, they depend on these places. So I'm like, it's gonna get real interesting. A lot of these people, because a lot of these conservatives believes, nah, this is a bunch of blacks and Mexicans over there using all this government help, not realizing you got states like Alabama where damn near everybody who is on welfare and all that shit is white. And most of these are Trump supporters. You go through the Alabamas, the Mississippi, Louisiana,
the Kentuckys,
West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina. You start going through all of these states, and this is where you're going to see most of your welfare at.
Yeah.
Now, the ones who are against this stuff but are working, the ones in the Midwest. But guess what? Most of them in the Midwest who are living on these farms, they're getting farm subsidies. So it's mind-boggling that most of these people are being subsidized and yet have a problem with somebody else getting a free handout when you getting a free handout.
Getting kickbacks.
And here's the thing about it. If you compare any other country, as far as any developed country, the United States literally has probably the least amount of money they're giving on social safety nets when you do it per capita. When you compare us to a lot of these other countries, we're giving the bare minimum of a safety net. And the conservatives here want to strip that away. And that's why I said, you can't sit there now. I'm not on TikTok, so I can speak a little bit more freely. You can't sit there and complain about the immorality of society. You can't complain about crime rates going up when you're taking avenues for people to make money away. You can't sit there and be shocked about it. You can't say, well, I think this society has gotten so immoral, and all of these women are trying to make money through OnlyFans and all that. Well, what do you think they're gonna do now? I guarantee you're about to see. I said this the other day. You're about to see. It depends on your terminology, whether you like walking the blade, walking the track. You about to see a whole lot more of them out there, or selling some feet pics or something.
I already started. No, I'm playing. I'm playing.
Hey, people gonna have to do what
No,
they need to do.
but I was like, wait, man, this shit sucks because I was like 10 steps ahead, and then like my mom died and got me with the okie doke because I was trying to get the fuck out this country. I was trying to really get the fuck out of here and go to Belize while this nigga was in office because I knew he was about to have this shit upside down and with the
Belize
whacked
about to
out
be
poo
too
brain.
expensive.
Thank you. So with the whacked out poo brain he got, I knew I needed to like skedaddle for a little bit, at least for his term. I was gonna leave, you know what I'm saying? But goddamn, I didn't think he was gonna be this quick with the whacked out poo brain. This motherfucker only been in office 6 months. Goddamn, I ain't seen a nigga put this much work into a relationship in 6 months of my life.
Yeah.
Goddamn. This
I
is
mean,
crazy.
I did that one video about remember about bleeding Kansas? Well, not well, what they did in Kansas, the Kansas experiment.
Oh yes.
This is what they're doing right now. This is the Kansas experiment on steroids.
On steroids.
And they're running a giant gamble with the whole entire country. And the reason why they're going to need more facilities is you're going to have a lot of pissed off people coming soon.
Yeah.
Given another, because a lot of this stuff's not going to really set in until like 2026. That's the reason why. Get ready for World War III. We are definitely going to World War III after this. Because remember how Trump said, oh, well, Obama, he's going to start a war with Iran, you know, because his poll numbers are down. Trump's poll numbers are about to go through the floor after this. When people start, when it really starts to set in to, especially a lot of these older Trump supporters, a lot of these older Trump supporters are going who are on fixed income
and losing their Medicaid
and
their Social Security. And they got a little bit of Agent Orange in their bloodstream. They ready to tweak out. They ain't got nothing to live for. They're gonna be old suicide bombers on the White House lawn. I put money on that. And y'all probably think, damn, that sounds crazy. I done predicted everything else this year.
I like that. I like that.
God damn it. Okay, my Spanish is okay, but it's not that great. Come on, tell me what he said about you living in what?
Just paraphrasing, caution to the changes in your life.
Oh, okay. See, I knew living and your change. Thank you.
So it's about to get interesting. It says, welcome. What does that song mean? That song means you better be careful. A caution to the changes that are coming in your life.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, you know, Chris, do you know martial law hasn't been lifted since I don't know when. When the fuck did he enact martial law against on the country? Anyway, it's in full effect. So he's been waiting for motherfuckers to protest because he passed a law a couple months ago.
That's in the bill also. That
about how they can seek out protesters.
No, that now he can run the National Guard into any state and not have to ask, not have to get governor's approval or anything. So that whole thing that was going on with so that whole thing that was going on with Gavin Newsom ain't gonna have more. Gavin Newsom can't say shit.
Oh Jesus. We're fucked. We are fucked.
Yes, that's a better translation. I gave a rough translation, but there we go.
Okay, now I got okay. I'm sorry, not to digress. I just came across the fact that the DOG has criminally charged 324 people, 96 doctors, nurses, practitioners, pharmacists, and other licensed medical professionals in 50 federal districts in 12 states, claiming that they have frauded target scams costing over $14.6 billion. This coordinated effort signals a fierce crackdown on fraud, with one case leading to another in a sweeping nationwide operation. Okay, now we're getting to a point of are these doctors that are going to be the kids and grandkids of these fuck ass fucking goddamn governors and these goddamn crooked ass motherfuckers in our government. They grandkids about to be the doctors that take care of your children.
So I'm gonna get got more. There's more to it.
Oh
There's
my God. They are putting
more.
so many idiots in places that y'all don't even, they're so deep. It's layered. Sorry, it's
There's
layered like an onion.
there's so much more in this too. So let's hop back over to this. Says for the Pentagon, the bill will provide billions for shipbuilding, munition systems, and quality of life measurements for service and women, as well as $25 billion for development of a Golden Dome defense system. The Defense Department would have $1 billion for border security also. So that's even throwing in more of the military being involved in the border system. That's the reason why I said that 430 or two, whatever it said, 350. That's not accurate. There's more money in there. It's over 400 billion. And I noticed specifically certain things like if a service member is to go into Mali, Burkina Faso, or Niger, that it will be considered a hardship duty, and you'll be able to get more money going into that. And I'm like, why would we need to be going into Mali, Burkina Faso with the military? Why is that in there? Then when it talks about all this money going towards the bill will provide billions for shipbuilding, munition systems, and quality of life measurements. That's the quality of life. They're going to be paying more money to some of the service members. That's in there. They're going to need to pay them more money because they're about to put them to work. I kept hearing South Pacific quite often. So they're planning on spending a whole lot of money on ships going to the South Pacific. Why do you need to go to the South Pacific? What's in the South Pacific?
I don't know, the Bermuda Triangle?
China.
Oh.
So why are you allocating money for ships in China?
Oh my God.
The waters off the coast of China, and you want to give the service members a whole lot more weapons, and you're building a Golden Dome. It sounds like you're planning to go to war.
Because we can't stop minding other people's business. Oh my God.
You're preparing a missile defense system because you're expecting incoming by actions that you're planning to do. That's what it sounds like to me. Let's send some money to the troops, butter them up a little bit. Let's also give them more pay for hardship duties for countries that we may possibly end up in if we're not already in.
More steak and lobsters. Woo.
Let's start building up ships going into the South Pacific.
Yeah, they rebuilding a lot of ships. They just had an influx of welders out here in Virginia. I wonder why.
Oh, and a big chunk of money to the Air Force for bombers.
Okay. Norfolk Naval just had a fucking they were doing entry level. They'll teach you how to weld. Hires. Man, why Boothang just got fucking stationed in Cali as a welder. My homeboy who's a photographer, he just went up north. He's a welder. Welders are in top notch. They picking them motherfuckers right now. Why? Because we finna see World War II on 10. Called World War 3.5, the iOS download.
And this is what everybody's talking about. The Medicaid stat faced deep cuts to fund bills, tax breaks, and spendings. To help partly offset the lost tax revenue and new spending, Republicans aim to cut back on Medicaid and food assistance for people below the poverty line. Republicans argue that they are trying to right-size the safety net programs for the populations that were initially designed to serve, mainly pregnant women, the disabled, and children, and root out what they described as waste, fraud, and abuse. The package includes and because they really believe there is a bunch of 25-year-old men and sitting on their mom's couch playing video games all day long, collecting a check. This is what they really believe. This is why they're trying to cut down so much. The package includes new 80-hour-a-month work requirements for many adults receiving Medicaid and food stamps, including older people up to the age of 65. Parents of children 14 and older will have to meet program work requirements. They also propose $35 copayment that can be charged to patients using Medicaid services. So you're about to be even paying a copay with Medicaid. More than 71 million people rely on Medicaid, which expanded under Obama's Affordable Care Act, and 40 million use the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP. Most are already working. The CBO estimates that 11.8 million more Americans would become uninsured by 2034 if the bill became law, and 3 million more would not qualify for food stamps, also known as SNAP benefits. Yes, there's so much more. Republicans are looking to have states pick up. Come on. Republicans are looking to have states pick up some of the costs for SNAP benefits. Currently, the federal government funds all benefit costs. Under the bill, states beginning in 2028 will be required to contribute a set percentage of their costs if their payment error rates exceed 6%. That's going to hurt a lot of red states. I mean, they're about to, whatever. Payment errors include both underpayments and overpayments. The Senate bill temporarily delays the start date of that cost sharing for states with the highest SNAP error rates. Yeah, they're trying to delay this. How long are they trying to delay it? After the primaries, they want to wait till after the midterms for that to kick in. So they can get a couple more Republican votes before they really screw them over. So yes, some of these people, they're whammy right afterwards. Republicans have the highest at near Lisa Murkowski. Oh, it says it right here. According to the Department of Agriculture's data, Senator Lisa Murkowski, Republican Alaska, had fought for exemptions. She was a decisive vote in getting the bill through the Senate, which they carved out a lot of cutouts for her to protect Alaska. But the other red states are going to feel it still. Republicans are proposing to dramatically roll back tax breaks designed to boost clean energy projects fueled by renewable sources such as energy and wind. The tax breaks were central components of President Biden's 2022 landmark bill focused on addressing climate change and lowering healthcare costs. So what you're about to see is any of these renewables, wind, solar, any of that stuff, they're all get those subsidies cut. So what you're going to be looking at is a huge drop in energy, more than likely. So count on your electric bills and stuff to start going up. Electric or gas, if that's what you use. It's about to go up. Let's see, what else? Democratic Oregon Senator Ron Wyden went so far as to call GOP provisions a death sentence for America's wind and solar industries, and inevitable hike in utility bills. Tax break for people who buy new or used electric vehicles would expire on September 30th of this year, instead of the end of 2032 under current law. Meanwhile, a tax credit for production of critical materials will be expanded to include metallurgical coal used in steel making. So they're trying to bring back the coal mining. Welcome back.
What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? We're about to do World War II like World War II.
They're really trying to roll the country back to a different time period.
This is crazy.
A number of extra provisions reflect other GOP priorities. The bill creates a new child savings program called Trump accounts with potential $1,000 deposit from the Treasury. So if you have a kid, they put $1,000 in a deposit that you can't touch until the kid is, I believe, 18. Meanwhile, at the same time, the government will be able to use that money that are in those accounts to more than likely use it on the stock market and all kind of other stuff. because that's typically what they do to savings accounts anyway. The Senate provided 40 million to establish Trump's long shot National Garden of American Heroes. So yes, he's going to have a garden of American heroes, a bunch of statues that yes, everybody's so happy to pay 40 million for. There's a new excise tax on university endowments and new tax on remittances or refers of money that people in the U.S. send abroad. The tax is equal to 1% of the transfer, which that's going to hit some of these businesses which do business outside of the country. If you're buying materials and stuff like that from other countries, that's going to hit a tax on a lot of those businesses. A $200 tax on gun silencers and short barrel rifles and shotguns was eliminated. So yes, go out there and go get your silencer.
I can get you a silencer?
Yes.
Oh my God. They're letting you buy suppressors?
Sawed-off shotguns are back. They're no longer illegal.
Oh, bitch, we finna have a purge for real, yo, Nina. Bitch, it's up. It's up.
Oh, and there was other things in
And
there.
you ain't got no health insurance, so when I blow your freaking arm off your elbow, you ain't even got no Medicaid to go get that taken care of. You just it's up. There
are provisions in there about different types of machine guns, so I wouldn't be surprised if fully automatic weapons are back on board. I just got to go back through and reread it, but that's what it sounded like.
That's crazy.
Yes, one provision bars for a 1-year Medicaid payment to family planning providers. So Planned Parenthood is about to be axed.
Yeah.
Nationwide. All Planned Parenthood's about to be gone. Billions go to the Emeritus Moon mission and for explorations of Mars, while 88 million is earmarked for Pandemic Response Accountability Committee. Oh yeah, by the way, to the Trumpers out there, I got news for you. They're spending money towards gain of function research. They're just not calling it that, but just thought you guys should know. I'm sorry, let me take a break. I've said a lot. What are your thoughts, Teal?
Response Accountability Committee.
Yeah.
Okay, I know. Okay, so I know I'm not Einstein if he was really, really, that man motherfucker, but pandemic, we talking the vid, right?
Yeah.
Response. That's how you react. That's how you interpret something, right? Accountability is what a lot of bitches don't have, but I do. So I know that word. Committee. So we got to have a committee about what happened. Where is Fauci? Why haven't I seen? Is that nigga dead? Where is he at? Is he in protective custody? They about to Epstein this nigga. Where's Fauci at?
They might bring him back for all we know. Keep in mind.
Is he going to be on the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee?
Yeah, the next one.
He might be on this one. Fuck what you talking about. They done fast tracked all the bullshit in this goddamn bill. Shit's starting on fucking September 2nd. Y'all this shit go into effect Labor Day. That shit's sick, ain't it?
Yeah, so keep in mind the first pandemic happened under Trump.
Yes.
Maybe another one. I mean, the way this shit sounded.
It's gonna be a purge. It's not a pandemic. It's gonna be a purge. We're having a purge. What? This is gonna be a purge. Like y'all don't see it? This about to be Mad Max out this bitch. Oh my God, it's about to be Mad Max. Niggas gonna get beat up.
It's funny you mentioned Mad Max because something I saw at the Prospera thing, and I'm sorry to jump back and forth on stuff, but remember Mad Max in the Thunderdome when they had the electric knives?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a dude over there who has them now. And they were having electric knife fights over there. I'm just saying. So back to this.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, bitch.
Another section expands Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, a hard-fought position provision for GOP Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri for those impacted by nuclear development and testing. Nuclear development and testing. Okay, just keep that in mind. Billions would go to. I thought, didn't I already read that about Artemis? I guess they're saying it again. Billions will go to Artemis moon mission and for the exploration of Mars. Meanwhile, 88 million is earmarked for. Oh, I guess I did read that. Additionally, a provision would increase the national debt limit by $5 trillion to allow continued borrowing to pay already occurred bills. What happened to fiscal conservatives and I don't know. Here's another one. State AI regulation cut from bill after GOP uproar. The Senate overwhelmingly revolted against a proposal meant to deter states from regulating artificial intelligence. Republican governors across the country asked for the moratorium to be removed, and the Senate voted to do so with the resounding 99-1 vote. A provision was thrown in at the final hours that will provide $10 billion annually to rural hospitals for 5 years, or $50 billion in total. The Senate bill had originally provided 20. Wait a minute. Why are y'all providing for rural hospitals, but y'all not providing for hospitals in the inner city? Just wanted to put that out.
Nigga, Flint just got their water on July 3rd, 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck what you talking about. That's why they ain't got that shit there. Because Flint, Michigan just got their first glass of clean fucking water. They still had to let it go for 30 minutes. But they got their first fucking glass of clean water July 3rd, 2025. Just saying.
Yeah. The Senate
Did
bill.
you hear about that?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
The Senate bill originally provided $25 billion for the program, so they upped it to $50. But the number was up to win over holdout GOP senators and coalition of House Republicans, warning the reduced Medicaid provider tax would hurt rural hospitals. So this is an attempt to kind of mitigate some of the damage they're going to do from the Medicaid cuts and how many of these hospitals are probably going to close anyway. The amended bill also stripped out a new tax on wind and solar products that use a certain percentage of components from China. Like the United States is about to fall so far behind China. I'm just telling you. I mean, for the people who hate China so much, we're about to fall so far behind them. Final GOP bill added $3.3 trillion to the deficit. Altogether, the CBO projects the bill would increase federal deficits over the next 10 years by nearly $3 trillion from 2025 to 2030, or not, depending on how one does math. Senate Republicans are proposing unique strategy of not counting the existing tax breaks as new costs because those breaks are already current policy. Republican senators say the Senate budget, what? Wait a minute. Even so, because it's already debt, you're not going to count that it's debt? Like, what?
Ain't that how Trump get out of bankruptcy?
Oh my gosh.
This is Trump running our country like the apprentice. Oh my God, our country's the apprentice.
Well, also, this is one problem that I always had with when you want to put a businessman in power. People are like, oh, he was a businessman.
Oh my God.
He's going to be good at business. Businessmen,
sucking that
especially
dick so
capitalists,
bad.
they sell everything. They have no problem with selling all kind of shit. So, at what point is this businessman going to sell the country out? Oh, oops. Or did he already do that?
He did.
Oh my goodness. And so that's where this story ends at. And it did a good job. It covered a lot of different areas, but the AI stuff to me is wild. There's a whole lot of AI stuff in here that's not being talked about. Like talking about AI systems and everything, and there's a lot talking about like how much money is going to be given to the military, like literally like $1 trillion of the whole thing goes to the military. I mean, so everybody focuses on the tax cuts, but they're not focusing on the dystopian side of what's coming from the military.
No, we about to have all these wild ass babies. Niggas' dicks is gonna fall off. Can I go back? Can I go back in right quick?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, look, y'all know I don't know how to look. Y'all just gonna enjoy my mouth right now. The world is gonna go into shit. There's gonna be so many unwanted babies that are born on this earth. There's gonna be so many people. Y'all don't understand the severity of things just on a woman's aspect. So let me give you a female point of view. There's gonna be so many women with postpartum. There's gonna be so many babies like being abused and drowned. Because what people don't understand is that women are the number one abuser of children.
Mm.
Okay, so y'all got to understand, like, let's get statistically sound right quick. Women are the number one abusers of children. There's going to be so many child deaths. Y'all going to hear so many women snapping the fuck out in these next news stories. Don't be surprised. Chicago mom throws kid off a bridge. Wisconsin mom leaves kid in car. Like, y'all are going to hear so many wild ass things because so many people are going to be stuck having babies with piss poor motherfuckers in these next few years, okay? Because men aren't going to learn, not saying all men aren't, but most men aren't going to understand the accountability they need to have with their dicks nowadays. They already make bad decisions by picking the wrong baby mama. Now you're going to see the shit for real in full effect. Then on top of that, that's just one aspect. So many people, watch how HIV, AIDS, and herpes go up. Because niggas ain't gonna be able to get tested because ain't no Planned Parenthoods. Motherfuckers think Planned Parenthood is only for abortions. That's not the fucking case. That's for a very select few. You'd be surprised how little abortions really are in Planned Parenthood. Okay, it's birth control. It's regulating women's cycles. It's getting men fucking free fucking STI tests. It's getting you STI help if you need to be like mediated during that or like this shit is so crazy. And they're about to abolish all of that. They're about to get rid of all of that for you. All the things that people utilize, free preventative health care, is going out the window.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all understand what we're saying? Like y'all getting it? Like they don't give a fuck if your blood pressure is high. That preventative health care is no longer going to be there. Yes, we're going to have herpes syphilitis. Now, it's going to be some new shit that don't even get antibiotics, ain't even going to be able to take it because it's going to be so goddamn bad. Syphilis is going to be on an all-time high. Do you understand that people between the ages of 55 and 70 have syphilis like crazy? Like the Al Capone disease? This is insane, and that's just medically. So anyway, let's continue to go. We already talked about healthcare getting cost up, out-of-pocket costs for that. No,
Oh shoot! Something
okay.
I forgot. Sorry, I got to interrupt. But I gotta say this or I'll forget about it because this wasn't in there. The one good thing that I said about I got to give the good with the bad. Their Pell Grants are going to be extended to like nursing programs, and if you want to go to cosmetology school and all those different things like that, it's going to be open towards the trades. That said, there is going to be less funding towards some of these state schools, private schools. So any of these like major universities that are private, you know, your Harvards, your Yales, all of them about to lose tons of money. And there's about to be more of a grading scale on how well they're doing. And so you might see some of these colleges start getting shut down. You might see some of these colleges going out of business. Also, there's going to be less approval for student loans, but now they're going to actually be able to collect more. They're streamlining the process for private companies who want to collect debt on student loans. So just want to throw that part in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. This is the one that I didn't like. The OBBA includes a federal 100% tax credit for individuals who donate to private school voucher funds. The legislation creates a permanent uncapped program that could cost the federal government nearly $51 billion annually. Comparatively, the federal government provides just $14 billion for funding under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and $18 billion for Title I funding for high poverty schools. Private school voucher programs have been shown to benefit wealthy families over those in need, harm rural communities and students with disabilities, and enabling discrimination against students, all without improving academic achievements. What is it saying? They gonna give more money to private schools and they still retarded. And I went to a private school.
Voucher
The
schools is
education
about
is
to
no
get
different.
paid up. Voucher schools about to get paid up.
Yeah, like That shit crazy. I went to school with these kids and they were just as dumb as public school. They didn't get a different education. They just got an education with Jesus sprinkled on it.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. They had an education, and that's nothing more than conservative fucking crap. That's I almost said
We about to
y'all
really idiocracy this country.
Whoo-wee, the shit. Oh my god,
This
the
is
shit.
about to really become idiocracy.
Oh my god, the shit. This is insane. Oh my god, your STD test is going to be. Your doctor's going to know if you a slut now. Because back in the day, you could go to the clinic, get your stuff taken care of, and your doctor would never know that you out here being promiscuous and you out here catching the venereals and stuff. Now, every time your pee get the burden, you got to go tell Dr. Weinstein, who's been taking care of you since you were 13. Now you got to go tell him that your little pee-pee's on fire, and it's been on fire for 2 years. You just can't leave that girl alone, huh? He going to know your business now. Now he going to know you got that, okay? You're going to have your doctor look at your junk every time you got to do this. Is so crazy. Yes. Idiocracies with Jesus. Yes. It's insane. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I mean.
So this is a moment where I have a real big question. So our country goes to shit. Do we bounce back? How do we bounce back? Do we save this burning shit turd of a dumpster fire? Like, what do? We just let it burn?
Look, I've tried to tell people about prophecy, and I know, see, people who don't really know about like biblical end times and like, and the church don't know. They don't have a clue what the hell they're talking about. But I've been on there. I've been telling y'all about prophecy for years. I've been telling y'all what was coming. I haven't been I've been kind of loosely sprinkling a little bit out here. But for all of y'all, I'm going to give y'all one phrase. There's no atheists in foxholes. Y'all going to learn today. So when shit starts hitting the fan, it's going to be people going to start digging in and asking me some questions like, well, so what was that you was trying to tell us about this and that? I'm pretty sure some of the people who are even in this chat was with me when I was on another show, and my two co-hosts were disagreeing with me about what was coming. Even like this is before Russia-Ukraine. I was telling them, yeah, we're going into Russia-Ukraine. That's about to happen. That's going to be a war. They're going to be fighting that for a minute. And Russia's about to mop the floor with Ukraine. And then when they take most of Ukraine, right after that, we're going to start seeing cusp of China shit going on. We're going to see all of this China agitation. And then at the same time, we're going to start seeing shit pop off in the Middle East. And this is way before October 7th even crossed anybody's radar or even thought about. I've been warning of these events coming that we are seeing right now for probably 4 years, at least on camera for 4 years. We're talking about this. And one of these days, hey,
I'll right in the kisser.
Those who have eyes to see and those who have ears to hear, hopefully you see and you listen. Because it's going to come a time, and I'm not going to do it tonight, but I'm going to go into prophecy. I'm going to break down, and people will say, well, what about this? This don't make sense. Because that, okay, but the Bible was saying this and this and this and this and this is going to happen, and this is how it's going to play out. And right now, it's happening, and it's playing out that way. But hey,
kind of verbatim, but I'm just not even. We'll pick that up on another day because I'm just saying, if they gave you a play-by-play, that's a crazy play-by-play.
China will not go to war for Chinese who are here. If they do, it is going to be people who are agents of China. That's the only way. Sleeper cell type shit. I'm not talking about just people who decided to leave. Because you got to remember, a lot of people who leave China is because they have more of a Western mindset, and they kind of are. They're like the people. They're like the Russians who complain about Russia. They're like the Iranians who hate Iran, who hate the Ayatollah, who side with Israel. So China is not about to enter a war with the U.S. over Chinese people who basically do nothing but criticize their government. Hopefully that makes sense. But China will go into war if their economic pathway and future gets sidetracked. You got to remember, they've been operating this stuff on a 10-year, 20-year, 25-year trajectory. They can't afford plans that they've been working on for decades, for generations, to be just wiped away because of some president who's here for 4 years decides to fuck up the gravy train. Now they'll go to war over that. They keep messing around in Iran. China will go to war over that. They keep trying to encroach on their land and want to mess with Taiwan. They will go to war over that. But not about a handful of random Chinese people in America.
What? They don't, what? Nah. They don't care about that. They're like, whatever. They better come home and fight, bitch.
That's their mindset. Oh, well, y'all went over there. Whatever.
Yeah, y'all went over there. Oh, well, y'all one of them. Y'all picked y'all side. Enjoy yourself.
That's exactly what it is. You picked your side. You ain't one of us.
You ain't, yeah. If you're not coming back home to fight over here, I don't know what to tell you, bitch. Bye.
They'll persecute it basically like
if they, Dominique, I think if they take over the United States, oh hell yeah, they're gonna beat them worse than they beat us.
What is it? The Capulets and the Montagues?
Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet. Yo, you on that side? You on that side?
Yeah, you one of them niggas now.
They can't program a bomb to not hit Chinese people.
Or can they? Ooh, no, they can't.
No, but
they can't beat anti-Chinese radiation. Like don't hit.
They want to take out America's tech utopia. They got to take out San Francisco, and that means Little Chinatown got to go bye-bye.
Yeah, because it touches.
So, I mean, I think that China, when it comes to it, they think about national interests. I mean, think about it. China's had war where they have fought other Chinese, you know.
And not even to hold you, there's a lot of them over there. They don't give a damn about the couple we got over here.
Mm-hmm.
Like on a bigger scheme of things, like they got enough people to worry about. You think they care about the ones over here?
It's just like how many Arabs are over there helping Israel attack other Arabs?
Come on now, thank you.
They can't have that. If you did as a superpower have that singular nation that you will throw everything out the window over 1,000 of your former residents. No. Now, granted, being facetious, it's more than that. Probably say 200,000, but they're not about the. Because once you left over here, you party over here. Unless they flood into the embassy buildings and the embassy building is being attacked. That's a different story. But also, you got to remember, fighting America, this is like the whole Piers Morgan thing where he's like, oh, well, if Russia dropped a tactical nuke, the U.S. would nuke Russia. No, the hell they wouldn't.
We wouldn't have a chance to. They'd have nuked our asses off the map.
But that's the thing. A tactical nuke is not the same as dropping a full-on nuke. When the phrase of dropping a nuke, they're not about to risk destroying their whole entire country over Ukraine. That's the same thing with China. War. There's a lot of life and a lot of treasure that can be lost, and you don't walk into a world war lightly. You're gonna have a certain amount of people you do lose before you decide. All right, we got to do what we got to do. You saw that with Iran. Iran had to weigh that out. Okay, yeah, they killed some of my scientists and all that. But do I really want to, because I've had 13 scientists get killed, do I want to have 100,000 people die? You have to weigh those things out because that's the end result. You're going to have hundreds of thousands of civilians die, if not more. I mean, Iraq had over 1 million Iraqis die. Got to weigh that in over 10, 20 people. And they got, and China got over, officially on the record, they got what, 1.4 billion or something like that?
Do you think they care about 100,000 somewhere else? Child, please.
Hell, they throw that money in different camps and stuff for running him out in China.
Anyway, thank you. Thank you. I was about to say, please. They swipe those off the swiper, those swiping them out their own place. Shit.
Yeah,
They
so
don't play. And not to mention, like, you gotta also think, like, when you think like, oh, are they gonna just band together because they are the same race? You gotta also understand that those Chinese people over there have a different mindset of how they have this Chinese pride going on. Like, they really got a pride for their country type shit. They were raised differently. These Americanized Asians, they don't want
yeah.
nothing to do with them. They don't want nothing to do with them, for real, for real. You lost your customs. Out of all the ethnicities that I know in reference to how they feel when they decide to come to the United States, Asians have always given me the, like, we don't lose our customs. They are the most hardcore with not losing their customs. And I know Hispanic and Latinos, they are like the second runner up in my opinion, outside of like Muslims. And the only reason I don't put Muslims as number 2 is because of like the NOI and stuff like that. How there's different branches of Islam.
Because I would say, and the throwing about the Muslims, sorry to interrupt, but I would say Muslims care more about their religion than their
customs.
culture. Yeah,
thank you. Thank you. Because I think Asians is 1, and then I think Hispanic and Latinos are 2 when it comes to their actual, like, bringing their culture with them. And the only reason I even put them at 2 is because some of them come across and then they forget and they turn, they think they white, just like some Asians think they white too. But I just see more an abundance of it in the Asian community that they really do not play that shit. And even though they are the number 1 for not losing their customs in the United States, they not like an authentic Asian. They not an authentic Chinese. I promise you, Chinese people do not consider them. Just like how Africans don't like black people because we not from Africa. Same fucking thing. I don't give a damn if you speak Mandarin forwards, backwards, upside down, and you can write it. They don't give a fuck. You not from here? Oh, back up.
And then it matters whether you speak Mandarin or do you speak Cantonese.
Cantonese, I was about to say the same thing. And don't let your Cantonese have a weird dialect to it.
So it's not as transparent. Oh, damn, that video's going up.
Mark is getting famous on TikTok.
Nah, not necessarily getting famous, but it's doing all right. It got over 2,000 views so far. So, oh yeah. So let's get on to our last subject, Própera. So I'm kind of a little skittish about showing a video on it. But what I will do is I will go to their website. Have you seen their website? And so I figure their website still shows a little bit of it. And y'all really need to look into this. I can share the video in the chat. So, free to build careers. Própera is a startup zone with regulatory system designed for entrepreneurs to build better, cheaper, and faster than anywhere else in the world, is what they say. So this is what it looks like. You see the Honduran flag right there, right? So they actually have their own. Let me drop this down. They actually have their own mayor. They have their own mayor of Própera.
That's insane.
And so basically, they only pay like 1% in tax. And that tower right there is the main big tower. Now, so far they have 2 locations over there. And so they have set this up so that basically a lot of the tech billionaires, many of them who were tied to the Trump administration, Peter Thiel being one of them, Elon Musk, like Scott Bessent, was it Jeffrey Sachs? Like, all of these guys are all invested into this. And this is just one of them. I heard them trying to invest in many places like this around the world. And what people are scared of about this is, besides some of the tech stuff, that this could be the possibility of the banana wars. And for those who are not familiar on the banana wars, what happened is they basically came in and they start fostering coups in these different countries, Honduras being one of them, to overthrow the government so that they can get right-wing governments in to support them exporting the trades of bananas and fruits and stuff like that out of the country for cheap. Now, the right-wing government that came into power in Honduras actually put this into power. They actually set all the groundwork for this to be able to be a thing, to allow rich people from all over the world to basically come in and do a soft colonization of parts of their country. Shout out to Abby. What's up, Abby?
Shout out Abby. Hey, Abby.
But this is what we have going on over there right now. And one in the video, like Ladarius sent me, there's a lot of pushback. There are people who are protesting these Zeddies. Zeddy is just a term for these types of places that are built up. And these rich people come over here so that they can avoid American regulation. And if you ask, well, what kind of American regulation are they? Actually, you know what? That I bet I can pull that up and show you guys from probably TikTok or something. I bet TikTok would allow me to just show something about it without having to worry about getting copyright. So let me pull it up and see if somebody could share a little bit about it. Because there's interviews and stuff where they talk to people. Oh, that's the perfect person to find it. So hopefully, since this is from their TikTok, I hope that they won't, hit me for copyright. And well, it's a short, so it's not the whole video, so maybe that'll work. But let me find it real quick and show you guys it. Let me stop screen on that one. And let's pull this up because we all need to pay attention to this. All right, so just bear with me. I'm getting it together.
Thanks, we good.
There's screen, TikTok. Hopefully it's sharing that video because TikTok's weird. Sometimes
TikTok is weird.
It'll show like the previous video or like that's not the video. Okay, here, that's the video I want to share. Is it gonna make me log in? Really? Oh no, it's just delayed for some reason. Are tech billionaires colonizing Honduras? So let's play.
Did you know that American investors with ties to President Trump have poured millions
of dollars into this small island to create a
Oh, come on. All right, come on. Guess it's buffering. Sorry, apologies.
private for-profit city, and that when Honduras tried to stop
See if it'll work.
the project, they decided to sue the country for almost
So delayed in responses. I wonder what it would do if I played it out loud. Here. Okay, let me mute that and see if I can just play this one.
This is like on your former poured millions of dollars in, and that when Honduras tried to a startup city.
Man, it is. So let me cut in and out on everybody.
Did you know that American investors with ties to President Trump have poured millions of dollars into this small Honduran island to create a private for-profit city? And that when Honduras tried to stop the project, they decided to sue the country for almost $11 billion?
This is like a new form of colonization. We're fighting not only for the survival of this community, but for the sovereignty of the country.
I visited Própera, a startup city on the touristy island of Roatan. It's a semi-autonomous enclave that's basically governed by foreign investors, thanks to a law Honduras passed in 2013.
Própera is building the fastest growing private city project in the world, elevating human potential through a radically decentralized private governance framework.
Própera is a crypto-friendly, so-called free market utopia designed for businesses to operate with extremely low taxes and a choose-your-own regulation scheme. They're unbound by Food and Drug Administration regulations, so many medical startups in particular have set up shop in Própera conducting experimental treatments.
I came to Honduras with the intention of editing and altering my genetic makeup.
I also recently got myself like an implant into my hand here. You can program several things into it, like opening a Tesla car.
Própera is the flagship project within a global movement to create privately governed for-profit cities around the world. And this movement has a lot of tech billionaires behind it, like Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, and Mark Andreessen. Elon Musk has also championed forms of private cities. And all those guys have supported Trump, who also wants to build privatized cities on U.S. federal land.
These freedom cities will reopen the frontier.
But back in Honduras, the private city Própera is extremely controversial. The current president and her supporters argue that Própera is threatening the sovereignty of Honduras.
Estamos convencidos que para generar trabajo en nuestro país no necesitamos vender nuestra soberanía.
Basically, what she's saying is she's concerned about them about it basically selling off their sovereignty of the nation.
Led the repeal of the law that enabled Próspera's creation. Because get this, Própera has its own government, private police, and even its own voting process. And the more land you own in Própera, the more votes you have for a few of the council seats.
Welcome to my city.
I met Jorge Colindres in Própera. He's basically the mayor here and says,
Oh, I guess she says
private cities like this will
Jorge Colindres is the mayor.
Help Honduras, which is one of the poorest countries in Latin America.
This capital here creates jobs. This capital creates investment opportunities for Honduran entrepreneurs.
But so far, most of the jobs that Própera has created for Hondurans are in the construction and service sectors.
They're seeing as prosperity for us. It's not.
That's Vanessa, and I met her in the village of Crawfish Rock, a humble fishing village of around 600 people that's right next to Própera. She's been leading the fight against it because she says Própera hasn't been transparent about its plans and is playing by its own rules. Since businesses within Própera can choose what regulations they operate under, this tower looming over the island is nearly twice the height of what's allowed by local code. Vanessa is worried about what that means for the environment and her village.
And when I see that, I'm just seeing that expanding all over. They will not left us here. They're hot.
For now, Própera continues to operate even while in legal limbo, and that $11 billion lawsuit is ongoing in an international tribunal. But even if Própera doesn't survive, it's likely the movement for private cities will. Própera recently announced it's launching in Africa, and private city proponents are lobbying Trump to make good on his plans for freedom cities in the U.S. Why should people around the world care about what's playing out here in Honduras?
They should care more than anything because it's the rich taking from the poor. It just doesn't seem right for the Americans to come threaten us and taking what little we have. And they may say whatever they want, but that threat is real.
Did you know that American investors...
Okay, so Till, what's your thoughts on that?
Sorry, I was
Yes,
yelling at my dog. No, I was yelling at my dog. Anyway, the fact that we are in somebody else's business, you know how I feel about us being in somebody else's business, period. We're bullying these people once again, doing it an American way. But the fact that we are doing these like smart cities in other countries, what we do, what horror movie is this?
It's obviously, this reminds me a little bit of Elysium mixed with the Island of Dr. Moreau.
Right, yeah, that's the one. That's the one I thought about. The Island of Dr. Moreau. Thank you. Because I was like, no, it's the one where he had that little midget and he was deformed. Wasn't that Val Kilmer?
I don't remember.
I can't remember. I can't remember if it was Val Kilmer or the dude that played Godfather. But anyway, that's what I thought it was.
Well, it was Marlon Brando who played
Marlon Brando. Thank you. That's what I thought about immediately. I was like, yo, what movie is this? I seen it already. Bro, we finna take over other people's space and shit. That little tribe, that little fishing tribe, yeah, they're fucked. Gonna wrap that up. Y'all gonna get wiped out first. They're gonna come over, expand. I don't know if I talked about it on this show, but eminent domain, I think I said that shit last week, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
How the fuck we doing eminent domain in another country? That's crazy. Thank you, Marcus. Think of it like that.
That's the corruption that's already in there. Like, and when you watch the documentary, the one that Ladarius sent me, he's talking about
the one that I listened to.
It said the stuff they're doing with women's menstrual blood is crazy. What they're doing is, the lady, how she explained it, she said that women's menstrual blood is almost like a human starter kit. We can get all the genes that we need to out of that for stem cell research.
Yep.
And so basically, this lady said that she had problems walking. She had a spinal injury or something, and through getting women's menstrual, she's been able to extract different isotopes and all kind of stuff out of there to basically repair joints and stuff. And I think, like the Bible talks about, be prepared of the temptation around the mark. Be prepared, because they're literally doing the injection. They call it biohacking, injecting. Like the one guy in there, I think he said he had like 4 or 5 chips already in him.
Yes, he did.
It reminds me of that show. What was it? Years and Years. It's a British show, and a girl at the end, I think her name is Bethany. She has like she's with her mom, and she's like, call me. She's like, hello. Basically, she has implants in her hand to use as a phone, and implants in her ears. She had implants all over her body. And this is getting towards, Black Mirror type stuff. This is getting dystopian. And for me, it also reminded me of the movie Elysium. How they left behind the poor plebs to work over here, and they gave them all the crude technology so that they can be better workers. So yeah, you can get this thing to help you lift a bunch of stuff up. but we're going to be on this basically satellite country that we built. And this is where, like, when you start talking about all that money in there for Trump that he's in for going to the moon and Mars and all that, I don't think they're going to make it to Mars. But can they make a giant space station? Yeah. And they can build a world like Elysium where they can have all of this tech sovereignty to do whatever the hell they want to. And, you know, human testing and experiments and all of that without government approval. So that's why
they're gonna be out here making superhumans.
Well, one of the guys was he's taking this one stuff to try to extend his life.
Oh yeah, he wants to be immortal. I heard about that dude. He's
and
weird.
so this is some of the stuff that they're going to be doing in places like that. And who knows what the hell that they're about to create? I mean, there was a lot of grants in there for experimentation within the Trump bill. So
and what y'all think he experimenting on, y'all? Dogs. He experimenting on us. We just don't know it.
I mean, it's about to get dark. It's about to get very, very dark.
Hell yeah. More chemtrails. You're going to be, not us, because obviously we watch the same show. Y'all are here watching our show. But your friends that you tell the conspiracy theories to, and they go, oh, okay, whatever, and they think you're crazy. Them motherfuckers going to be coming back trying to ask you what's next.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, get ready. Go ahead, get ready, y'all. Because it's about that time. We about to have to start explaining to people, like, yeah, y'all fucked up. Gotta let this motherfucker get in charge because y'all ain't want to listen to us talk crazy. Kept saying we was 10-4 hat people. Now look at us. Y'all want an aluminum foil hat bad as a bitch now, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
We told you this shit, play by play. We told you. Don't let this motherfucker come back. He gonna fuck stuff up. Y'all ain't listen. Now look, we about to have 3-armed super niggas out here because they experiment. They're gonna be half dog soldiers. Remember that show? I mean, remember that movie? Where the government, or was that another Black Mirror's episode too? It was. I swear they made a real movie about it. But anyway, I swear it was dog soldiers. Anyway, there's
you literally gonna have. Remember, Biden had his little insult. You pony faced dog soldier, whatever.
Yeah,
you don't really have lion.
We're gonna really have one. We're really gonna have like super soldiers that are half like horse or some shit.
That's what happened in Sorry to Bother You. Remember, he made the horse slaves.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? And you want to know something? They're not going to want reparations. So, remember that.
Well, what was the other one that I'm thinking of, which they did? Ion Flux.
Yeah.
Remember how people were able to get these, like, you know, whatever kind of alternative body parts and all that. And Ion Flux, remember, she swapped out her feet for hands. So this woman had like basically monkey hands.
Hey yo, if y'all watch The Boys on Amazon, there's a part in The Boys where they talk about they had this super Arab overseas, and they sent the super Arab into this home, and it like killed all of the U.S. soldiers, ripped their arms apart and stuff like that. That's like one of the episodes in the boys show. Y'all think they got one of those yet over in Iran?
Well, I don't know, but you remember the movie back in the 80s, Universal Soldier, where they were bringing soldiers back from the dead and then juicing them up with steroids so they can go out there and fight.
Yeah, Bane motherfuckers. I wonder how long that took. Remember? That's one of my favorite scenes in Batman was when they gave Bane his juice. But Universal Soldier. I can't remember. Wow, we know some movies. Damn, art imitate life like a bitch, y'all. Look at this. We done named 18 movies.
And then there's a Keanu Reeves movie, which I kind of like. I don't know if most people saw it. I'm trying to remember what it was called. I keep wanting to call replicas, but I'm like, that doesn't sound right. It could be replicas.
It could be replicas. I think it is actually.
Where he plays
clone.
No, I was right. It is replicas. He plays a scientist, and in the movie, his family dies, He makes replicas to replace them.
And continues to live his life.
Well, it gets kind of crazy with all the stuff that goes on. But yeah, he did eventually.
Because you can't fuck with the original, bro. You're not God. You can't fuck with the original. I'm trying to tell y'all.
No, I mean, this is getting dystopian. It's getting dark.
Real quick.
I honestly really y'all look into Própera, because that's something that that's gone beyond the theoretical them talking about it. That's them.
They putting duck to ass now.
It's actually a real thing, and they plan on expanding it. And we wonder about I think I heard in one of those videos, I don't know if it was one of those videos or something. Maybe it wasn't one of those videos where they were talking about how Trump is talking about how Palestine can be the new Riviera of the Mediterranean. And what if he's talking about basically one of those smart cities, and that's the plan for Gaza?
That's exactly what that is. I'm telling you, that smart city shit. I've been telling y'all about the smart city shit.
Because everybody's looking at it from the smart cities being in LA or Boston and all that. No.
Worldwide, baby.
Agree with that is because you got to deal with all this regulation and red tape and protests and all that. They want to go somewhere where they ain't got to deal with none of that.
I mean, I ain't gonna hold you. I have a feeling they got this mindset from Dubai. After I visited Dubai, I was like,
they plan to eventually do it here, but they got to do it over there first. It's just like all the military tech and equipment. They do all the military tech and equipment overseas and then bring it back.
Not to mention, Georgia is pretty much a police state, low key, on the low.
They got that from Israel.
Yeah. So with Georgia being a police state, which is low key the beginning of what these smart cities are going to look like, I believe that we already have some. They just did it underneath they did it underneath our noses.
Mm-hmm.
I really feel like every place that had a hardcore protest recently, oh, y'all asses is grass.
Well,
in my opinion.
They do. I guess they have one smart city, like one of those. Cop City and Smart City is something different. But the smart city, they do have one in Silicon Valley out there.
Yeah,
one right there, where they're operating, and that's the reason why the California politicians, they talk about that they're left. No, they're not. They do whatever the tech people want. And you got to remember, when people worry about the LGBTQ stuff, this is going into basically the whole trans, not in trans as in the transgender. That's just one form of it. But this goes back to what is that? Peter Thiel was just talking about how he wants people to be transitioned in all kind of other ways and more going into a transhumanism movement. And this is the first time oh wow, they got him on camera and he's actually just admitting the quiet part out loud. In fact, since I see that it's chopping up when I play those videos there, let me see if I can pull that up on TikTok, where he's talking about the transhumanism stuff. They basically asked him if he thinks human beings should continue to last. And he was like,
I mean,
no, if I could keep humans. What the? Wow, they do too much on the site. They do too much. I got to send this one to you, Till.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if I want to play this one on here. What just popped up on my screen because it's a little too crazy.
YouTube would definitely take us down to that.
But no, this is on TikTok. It's showing basically a potato, and it's like pooping out a French fry.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They be doing too much with some of this stuff. But let me see if I can find it. What was it? Peter Thiel, Human Race.
You're hesitant. Well, yes.
Let's back it up.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes.
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit
Should
in this.
the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so, you know, it's always, I don't know, you know, yeah, transhumanism is this, you know, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or I don't know, transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses, and a transsexual is someone where you change your penis into a vagina, and we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But we transformation in that. It's the critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's, man, it's so pathetically little. And okay, we want more than cross dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your whole body. And then Orthodox Christianity, by the way, the critique Orthodox Christianity has of this is these things don't go far enough. Like that transhumanism is just changing your body, but you also need to transform your soul. And you need to transform your whole self. And so,
right. But the other, wait. I'm sorry. I generally agree with what I think is your belief that should be a friend to science and ideas of scientific progress. I think any idea of divine providence has to encompass the fact that we have progressed and achieved and done things that would have been unimaginable to our ancestors. But it still also seems like, yeah, the promise of Christianity in the end is you get the perfected body and the perfected soul through God's grace. And the person who tries to do it on their own with a bunch of machines is likely to end up as a dystopian character.
Well, it's... Let's articulate this.
And you can have a heretical form of Christianity, that says something else.
I don't know. I think the word nature does not occur once in the Old Testament, and so you know, if you and there is a word in which the sense in which the way I understand the Judeo-Christian inspiration is it is about transcending nature. It is about overcoming things. And, and the closest thing you can say to nature is that people are fallen. And that's the natural thing in a Christian sense, is that you're messed up. And that's true. But, there's some ways that, with God's help, you are supposed to transcend that and overcome that.
Yeah. I'm not even going to respond to it. I'm going to save it. I'm probably going to do a TikTok on it later. But what is your thoughts on that, too?
That man stuttered when he got asked if we need to survive.
Yes.
Nigga, is you cool?
And if you look at him, this motherfucker look like he is turning into Dracula or some shit. Like,
man, he's a skinwalker, bro.
A movie villain.
That dude's a skinwalker, bro. That's a skinwalker, bro. We need to pull the Scooby-Doo mask off that dude's face, bro. That nigga, he is not from here. No way. There's no way. You can't be human and go. I mean,
he looked like a kid to me.
That motherfucker. And I'm glad the interviewer was like, "Bro, you stuttering? Like,
yeah,
you
like, whoa, this is a hard question for you."
That's what I'm saying. Like, nigga, you think we asking you to do the Pythagorean theorem or something? I ain't asking you to do that.
He like, should humans survive?
Bro, I'm not asking you to pick between Wendy's and Rally's. I'm asking you if should we live, bro?
Yes, we talking about over 8 billion people on the planet. He like,
I mean, should you? Like what? What you mean?
remember when I told y'all these people are real life? I said, when you think of these people, you need to think Bond villains. These people are real life Bond villains.
They all got to be lizard people, bro. I'm sorry. Let me put my tinfoil hat back on. Pull that mask off. It's a lizard face. I promise you. Because there's no way. I mean, and then to tell you to try to smooth it over by saying, but then like trans my ass nigga, shut the fuck up. You don't even want niggas to live to transform. You just wanted to 86 us.
Yeah, you can't in one breath say, "Oh, the trans," and then in the other breath be like, "I don't even know if y'all want. I really want society to make it." That's a tough one for me.
Yeah, how you talking about you want motherfuckers to be immortal, but you was about to kill us off? That's an oxymoron. You smart bitch. That's an oxymoron. You just tried to manipulate us. He tried to manipulate you.
Because what he was trying to say is like, I want some people to survive, but
I want to turn y'all niggas into robots.
All of y'all? I don't really want all of y'all around. I don't really want all of y'all to survive. And that's a good point. Remember shows? Right here. They trying to find out how reincarnation works. Yo, did y'all ever see the show on Netflix called Altered Carbon?
Yes.
They trying to figure out how to create stacks.
Yes, they are.
And so that you could just switch into bodies.
And go about your life.
Oh, man. They like Bill Gates with his vaccine. Well, remember when that whole episode got yanked down when I brought up, what is that shit called? I forgot about it. It was... They did a movie and then they did a remake of it. Man, I shared a clip with John Cusack of this one show, and they yanked that whole episode down. I got a strike instantly. Like in the middle of the live stream, they stopped it.
They was like, shut your mouth.
Yeah, they're like, nah, you doing too much. Shut your damn mouth. You don't keep talking. Utopia.
Well, there goes our episode today. Y'all be great, y'all. Hopefully we can see y'all next month.
They like, shut the fuck up. All right, I get the point, handler. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna get ready to wrap up. And then what was that other movie? Was it something Island? I can't remember. Hey, Ewan McGregor. What was that movie? You talking about They Already Have My Clone? Ewan McGregor movie. It was something. Was it The Island? Is that what it was called? Yeah, The Island. The Island. They had them replica people over there on other. Oh man, this is. Hey, maybe I didn't seen too many movies. You can say that. You can say, you know what? You got too many movies in your head, so you just live in this fantasy world. But this is what this shit is looking like to me. But I don't know. Till, what do you think? I'll let yours will be the closing thought on this.
Art imitates life. A lot of people are actors in this whole thing. I believe that the 150 people that are taking over our world, or the 150 people that own our world, are probably on that island. They have their own island.
Outside of the 150, you got to remember their extended family too, because you total extended family, we're talking about probably about 10,000 people.
Well, that's still okay to have on one island. I mean, shit.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm saying. But I
think that I shouldn't say 150 people. I should have said 150 families. Let me
150
150 families. And I mean, they're just trying to get their 150 families on the moon or Mars now. Um, as far as wrapping up the whole show today, I feel um, we're on a downward spiral of a shit show. Trump is really, really showing his ass, even though somebody else is in charge. What happened to that Frost dude that he had last go around that looked evil as fuck? Did he change bodies and turn into teal?
Hey,
Just saying. I'm just saying, and not to mention, if a motherfucker talks about some shit like that, like switching bodies and living forever and doing shit like that, they doing it. They're doing it. You can't talk about some shit you ain't done for real. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you one thing for sure, two things for certain. I may sit around with a lot of niggas, and a lot of niggas will sit and talk about shit they want to do. But when I sit around white people, they talk about shit they do. I ain't gonna hold you. They talk about shit they do or did. So if they ever try to hint to some shit, they already did it and tried it. You know what I'm saying? They failed and they got it right. I promise you. I fucking promise you. So I believe that that's some shit that happened. I mean, that little AI check. Like, I remember we talked about Blood Force Wisdom, how they were putting people's conscious into like voicemails and shit. I found that very disturbing because I had just lost my mom around the time they were really doing that shit. And it was like, that sucks because they kind of playing on your fucking grief. Thanks, Abby. They low key playing on your grief and they playing on your mental when it comes to some weird shit like that. But now you telling me that if I die, my kids can put my conscience in the fucking dog, and now I'm with them forever. That's some weird shit. Okay? You telling me now my great grandkids can harvest my consciousness and put it in their next baby? That's weird. Think about other shit that they can do with this. Think 10 steps ahead. I always think 10 steps ahead. I can already see the type of movies we about to get. Niggas gonna be walking around looking like Predator. That's gonna be one of them transhuman experience gone wrong. Now you got a black dude with a crazy teeth and some dreadlocks and a laser on his wrist. That's
well,
what
we saw
happened.
that. Well, what was that? Was that Us? Them? I always get those two mixed up. Us or Them? Where like the dude had like black legs or something like that, but his upper body was white or something. I can't remember.
That's them. That's them. That's them. And I know what you're talking about. And shit, thank you. Stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And like motherfuckers go, man, listen. And now you telling me silencers ain't got no taxes. I'ma just be able to go get one. It's gonna be a rough time, y'all.
And
They already
it's
thought
illegal.
yeah, and they already talk shit about us and our gun control issues as is, and it's up, y'all. Please figure a way to be safe. That's all I really got to say after this show. This was a real wild show. I did my research for this show, y'all. I've been busy as a bitch, but I sat down and I was like, nah, we gonna give y'all a good show. Cause baby, I've been looking at this week. This been a hell of a week, ain't it?
Yeah.
I was dancing in the street last week, enjoying the time of my life, enjoying just being a nigga. Now look, first week of July, all hell breaks loose. What the fuck? See how white people be white people and they couldn't wait to do it. They could, and not to mention how racist you gotta be to not wait to ruin niggas' lives for 4th of July. How racist, how white power, white supremacist do you have to be to say we about to fuck the city up with this one?
Because they still mad since Juneteenth.
Dog. They were so mad. And oh my Jesus. But yes. Just be on the lookout. Keep watching. Who knows what's gonna happen this week? I don't even know what could really top it so far, but watch next week because every week it gets different. This season of life in America is crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and
I'm
Chris
good.
H asks, "What's Them?" A show that you need to watch. That's what
It's on Amazon Prime, I believe. It's on Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon Prime.
Yeah. Thank you. And it's really, really good, Chris. Please go watch it. I think they're on their 3rd season or they're about to drop their 3rd season.
Yeah, probably about to drop the 3rd season. But yeah.
But that's all I got is closing statements. This has been a wild week. I can't wait to see y'all next week, y'all.
Yeah, wild week.
Oh shit, I lied. I'm sorry, y'all. I have a trail ride that I'm hosting next week from 3 to 9. So I'll most likely be streaming from my Twitch because I'll have to host it. So I will not be on the show next week because I'll be turning up. So Marcus, don't go too off the handles. But yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry. Who knows?
I gotta finish reading the rest of this bill and like go in it, because like what's hard on reading some of the bill, it'll say certain points and struck out the and we at the end of this and added plus and her. I mean, not plus and her, but it'll be just random stuff. Added this and added that and subtracted this from article blah 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 from bill from 1934, and then we've changed the alterations from 2024, and be like, what the heck are you talking about? And so you got to know which bill that they're referring to, that they changed this portion in the bill. And so it gets really conflated and confusing. So I'm going to finish up that last third of that by next week. If I see any extra stuff, then I'll bring that to light. And I just say buckle up, everybody, because it's going to get interesting. And I appreciate all y'all for swinging through, especially with the technical difficulties had. But that said, this has been the Political Matrix. I'm your host, Marcus Joe Morpheus Cage, here with founder of the shit, Miss Boo Boo Kitty Fucks herself, Miss Teal, and y'all have a good one.
Peace out, y'all.
Peace out.
There is discrimination in this world, and slavery and slaughter and starvation. Governments repress their people. Millions are trapped in poverty, while the nation grows rich, and wealth is lavished on armaments everywhere. These are differing evils, but they are the common works of man. They reflect the imperfection of human justice, the inadequacy of human compassion, our lack of sensibility towards the suffering of our fellows. But we can perhaps remember, even if only for a time, those who live with us are our brothers, that they share with us the same short moment of life, that they seek as we do, nothing but the chance to live out their lives in purpose and happiness, winning what satisfaction and fulfillment they can.